All right. Hello and happy Friday. How's it going? Let's move this just a little bit here. All right. Perfect. Hello, 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 and welcome in. How's it going? Happy Friday. I feel like I haven't done anything all day. I've done very, very minimal things. I've not done very much today. But I am excited because it is time to think about some new readathons. It is the first Friday in June, which means I can talk a little bit about Prideopoly. The HRCYED 3.0 prompts dropped today, which means yay. We can talk about HRCYED 3.0. I am working on putting together a list of prompts for a bingo that I want to do in July for romance readers called Summer of Love. So overall, just there's so much to go on right now that I'm really excited about. So, um, I am just making sure that I get posted about things. I apparently can't type while I talk. So, yeah, I feel like I haven't done too much today. However, I did wake up extremely early today and I finished a book before 8 a.m., which felt really good. I am doing Prideopoly this June because I love Monopoly a little too much, probably. Oh, and I just realized that I did the wrong little background video, so I'll fix that. We're not doing review races today. So I'll fix that. But yeah. I have been working on like just picking a readathon every month. And more specifically, I have been working on picking a realistic readathon for myself to do every month because I sometimes doesn't sound like me at all. But I sometimes go a little bit overboard. And so I'm doing realistic ones and I love the game of Monopoly so much. So I'm doing Prideopoly. It just it's exactly what I want in life. So I do not know why I love the game of Monopoly so much, but I actually collect different editions of Monopoly. And so I'm like, this is just perfect for me. So with that, I made a ambitious TBR for Prideopoly. There are like 27 books on there. And that does not yet include um I think there's like a couple more that I will have to do to finish Herkiad 2. So it's like I I've got a ways to go. I've got a lot to read this month, and so I'm like gonna do my best to read close to 30 books. I'm doing my best to read a book a day. To that end, I've currently finished 2 books that are part of Prideopoly and 3 additional books. It's the 5th. I have finished 5 books. 2 of those 5 books were like one was a graphic novel, one was a children's book, and then one of them was like a book that it was by an indie author. And have you ever had this happen where you see an indie author post about their book and you're like, that sounds so good. Like it sounds like exactly what I'd want to read. The character art was amazing. It looked incredible. And then I read it and it wasn't great. It was a little bit rough. So I read a short a short spicy novel that I was inspired to read by Instagram. So I still have a lot of Prideopoly reads, but I am working on keeping up with my 1 book a day because I need to get books off my physical TBR. So that's good. So yeah, we're doing Prideopoly. My current read is Outdrawn by Deanna Gray. I would like to finish this tonight. I think that it's very doable. This is just under 400 pages, but it's a romance book and I can usually cruise through them pretty quickly. And then I'm also my audiobook read right now is Hamajang Luck, which I've wanted to read for a long time. This cover, this is the Illumicrate edition, and this cover is just like somebody did their big one with this. It's a heist novel. It's a queer heist sci-fi novel. So I'm really excited for that. I have heard exclusively positive things about Outjohn or about any Deanna Gray book. So I'm happy to get to that. And then I'm taking a look at her kid stuff. So in a minute, I am gonna bring up and talk about the Her Kid 3 prompts because I am so excited for that. I'm really excited about Her Kid 3. I'll talk a little bit about how Her Kid 2 is gone. I also just want people to know in advance that I am putting together not a full readathon for July, but just a bingo for July that you can talk about in Discord. There will be prizes that you could get mailed to you. And it's a romance theme. It's called Summer of Love. So I'm working on putting that together. So y'all can I'll that will be coming. I don't have it ready yet. I'm working on it. So but before we get to talking about Herkyed, then let's take a look and say hello because a couple people have hopped in. Hey Annette, how's it going? I know that you're ready to talk about Herkyed stuff for sure. Glenda is here too. Hello, Glenda. How are you? How's it going? And hello to Annette. Hello to Glenda. And Mel's here. Hi, Mel. What are you up to and what are you reading today? Glenda says, I'll be reading A Black Queer History of the United States by C. Riley Snorton. Ooh, are you starting with the nonfiction this month? I have 2 nonfictions on my list for this month. I have read a total of 7 nonfiction books in the last 365 days. So the fact that I have 2 nonfictions on my list for 1 month feels pretty good. Pretty good. I'm a grown up now. Mel says hello to Glenda and Annette. And yes, the cover for Hamajang Luck is just the normal cover. The illustration is really cool, but the fact that it's like this gradient, and then the author for this book was born in Maui, and so they're a native Hawaiian islander, and so I love the motifs on here because the main character is also Hawaiian, well, Hawaiian ancestry. It's like dystopian. This is thousands of years in the future, but they are of the same ancestry. What I'm loving so far about this is that the main character speaks pidgin, and I feel like I've never seen that before in a book, which I think says that I need to be reading more widely. But I just am really excited to see representation for the pidgin language, because the main character speaks it with a couple of their friends. So that's really cool. And it says hello to Mal. And hello, how are you? I am trying to remember if you prefer to go by anything other than Thresher Fan. I can call you that, or I can call you another name if you'd prefer. But hello, how are you? They're saying hello to Galinda and Annette. And I have something on my screen. There you go. And hello. Oh, Agent T. All right, I can roll with that. Glenda says hello to Mel as well. Mel is determined to finish the Dragon King today. I'm sad because I've been enjoying it so much, but I need to see how it ends. That is exactly how I felt about A Forbidden Alchemy. A Forbidden Alchemy was one of my 5-star reads last month, which is crazy for me to have multiple 5-star reads in a month. I generally don't rate. I generally give out fewer than like 15 5 stars in a year. So to have 3 in 1 month is nuts. But that's exactly how I felt. I was like, I wanted it to keep going so that I could keep reading it. But I also I was like, I need to know what happens next. I need to know how this is going. So Annette says hello to Agent T. Agent T says hey to Mel. Hello back. Here for the Herkyed talk. Yay! We love Herkyed. And also to read books, which also theoretically I should do too. Annette says I'm reading This Immortal Heart by Jennifer Saint. And Mel says, where can I sign up or find info about Herkyed? I'm curious to see if it's something I can attempt. That's exactly what we're going to talk about. So absolutely. I also, in the description for this video, please tell me if it's not there, but there should be a link. Both I tagged Steph, it's tagged Q, and then I also gave a link to the announcement video for HRCYED 3.0. There is a Discord, so you can join the Discord from Q's videos. There are multiple modes to play on this year. I am of the personal opinion that this year's HRCYED is easier than previous year's HRCYED, and I will explain why. So, and You also go by Mel when I'm trying to cause chaos. Beautiful. I love that. Melty. You guys, you can be like the Spice Girls Mels, just Melty. And this Mel. I don't know what initial you'd prefer. You'd also do Melty since Tomb Raider, but whatever. Demers is here. Hello, how are you? How's it going? Welcome in today. Oh, and yes, cool links are there. Glenda says hello. Mel says hello. And Annette agrees that this year's looks a little bit easier. Agent T says melty sounds like I'm melting. Yeah, you're melty. No, we can go with Agent T or Mel, both. So let's talk a little bit about HRCYED. I'm going to share my screen. We'll get this out of the way here. I'll put it over to the side. Nope, still in the way. All right, so this is my HRCYED 2 board. And so just extremely brief rundown for anybody who's not familiar. HRCYED stands for the hardest reading challenge you'll ever do. And it is a year-long challenge that has quite a bit of flexibility in it. And it is designed to be relatively competitive or relatively tough to do with strict due dates. It runs July 7th of one year through July 6th of the following year. It runs for 365 days. However, that's if you want to be competitive, if you want to like try and finish within the official deadlines, that's when you do it. It is 100% okay to start whenever you want and end whenever you want. That's totally fine. The goal of the challenge was the original goal of the challenge is to help people read more diversely, and to challenge themselves when reading. And so I first participated in HRCYED 2, so round 2. And each year, HRCYED is structured with a large bingo board. So if I zoom out here just a little bit, you can see it's a bingo board with 25 prompts. You can see the green ones are the ones that I've done for HRCYED 2. I have 4 books left to cross off my last ones here. And in HRCYED 2, each of these prompts, actually, if I go to HRCYED, come on, the HRCYED site, bingo boards. So there we go. On the initial board, you can see that some of the prompts are purple and some are white. The white prompts are prompts that are the same for everybody. And then the purple prompts for HRCYED 2 were prompts that you could customize, and more specifically, you could customize how many books you might read within these purple prompts. So, as an example, in HRCYED 2, the 100s prompt was every single person needed to read 7 books. A book with 100 plus pages, a book with 200 plus pages, like 100 to 199, 200 to 299, 300 to 399. So for this prompt, everybody was reading 7 books. For purple prompts, such as the personal TBR, like this was a challenge to come up with like a personal or a custom personal challenge. And for my personal challenge, which I copied the TBR challenge tab just for structure, my personal challenge was for all of the series that I had on my physical TBR that I had started but not finished. I needed to finish or read up to current. So I have 1 book left, A Theory in Dreaming by Ava Reed. And this prompt would be different for each person because each person might choose their own challenge with however many books. So because of that, for HRCYED 2, for each person, like all of the white prompts, this one, you read 10 books, this one read 10 books, this one read 13 books, this one read 7 books, whatever. Numbers were the same for everybody. But because the purple ones were different for everybody, some people needed fewer books to finish, some people needed more books to finish. For HRCYED 3, that's a little bit different. In HRCYED 3, there are 150 prompts total, period. So every single person has the same 150 prompts unless you choose a different mode of play. Today, the HRCYED 3 stuff came out. And I just saw T hopped in. I'm going to go watch the announcement. The announcement is an hour long, so heads up. But for HRCYED 3, there are still prompts that you can personally customize a little bit. And I think there's a lot more flexibility. But what I think is really cool is that it's the same core prompts and number of books per prompt so that it's a little bit, I think it's a little bit easier. It's fewer books and then also there's still some flexibility built in. So let's take a look. I have pulled up the individual prompt spreadsheet that you can get from Q's Ko-fi, the Kofi. I think it's supposed to be pronounced like coffee, like buy me a coffee. I don't know. But the spreadsheet is available there for free, or you can send some dollars because it takes a huge amount of effort to put this together. And this is a list of all the prompts, the bingo board. You can see there's still purple ones, but even within the purple prompts this year, there are still the same number of books. So, for example, on the HRCYED mashup prompt, no matter you're going to customize what this prompt looks like, but it's going to be 5 books for everybody. So, to start off with, there are multiple ways to play HRCYED. Oop, this one, round 3. There are multiple ways to play round 3. So the plain old version is you read books to count toward prompts, and each book can fulfill 2 prompts. So there are 150 prompts. So theoretically, you could finish HRCYED 3 with reading 75 books if they fit exactly into prompts. If you want to reread a book, it must be older than 5 years or longer than 5 years since you last read it for it to count. You cannot count DNFs, and that's it. Easy. You can make it a little bit harder for yourself by going this gamified version, which says for each book that you read or for each square, you can pick what works for you. You're going to roll a d6, a 6-sided die, and it is going to add a layer to your prompt. So, for example, on our bingo board, what's an easy one to do? Animal family. So reading 5 or how many? Reading 6 books from different types of animals, meaning reptiles, canines, different types of animals. So in this prompt, you're reading 6 books that feature 6 different types of animals. But in the gamified version, you might also roll a die for the whole square and say, oh, the entire square, you must read non-white authors, or the entire square, you must read disabled authors or main characters. Or you can do that for each individual book. So each of those 6 books, you could roll a die, and get one of these options. So this is the slightly harder version. You don't have to read more books, but finding those books might be more difficult because there's just more specificity that you need. The slightly easier version, and I hesitate to say easier. What I like that Q has called out is that with readathons, there are a lot of people who want to join readathons who just straight up don't have the time or the resources to be able to go all in, which is 100% fair, and everybody reads at different paces. And some people felt left out by HRCYED. They still wanted to challenge themselves. They still wanted to read more diversely, but HRCYED was not accessible to them. So there is the Ain't Nobody Got Time for That version where you pick one book for each prompt to start with. And I mean, you still same DNFs don't count, still got to be older for rereads, but it's one book for each prompt. So you're starting with 25 books. If you want to go further, you can. But if you're doing this version, you can still complete HRCYED and you can still challenge yourself to read things that you normally wouldn't. So there is also a kids version. I did not download the tracker for that. The kids version is essentially simplified versions of prompts. And then it's one book per prompt unless a child wants to read more. It is adjusted to make it more attainable for kids and or teens. So I have like an itchy, like this part of my nose itches really bad. I don't know why. So there's different modes of play. You do need to sign up so that they know who you are, and then you can join the Discord. There's FAQ. There's an FAQ session. So at the same time my sprints are next week, Q is doing live, so people can hop over to that too if they've got questions. And there's a Discord, and so many people will help you. So let's talk about some of these prompts because I'm really excited for these. I think personally, I am going to aim for the regular basic no nonsense version. I might roll a die if I don't know. I might roll a die just because I think it would make some of these a little bit more fun for me. Like, first and foremost, I would love to read more non-white authors, period. I would like most of the books I read in the coming years, I'd like them to be non-white authors. If you've ever heard me talk about the story graph, one of the goals for me personally is to read fewer than 50% of the books this year from white authors, which I'm currently at 46% white authors, which is awesome. And so I want to continue to drive that number down. So um, like must be from authors you've never read. I'm always reading authors I haven't read. Um, must be self-published. I read a ton of indie authors. Must be queer. Queer. I love reading queer. Disabled. Like all of these are things that I love to read. So I might toss some of these in, but I don't know that I'm going to do this for every prompt, especially because some of these are going to be tough to find. So let's talk about them. I will make this a little bit bigger since can I go between 150 and 200? That seems real zoomed in, but cool. Some of these I might like gloss over because they're pretty straightforward, but these are some really cool prompts this year. I think that these are super creative. I will say I'm going to miss the BIPOC authors one, but I know that the gamification adds that element back in. So first, there is a prompt to choose your party. This is D&D themed, but you don't have to know anything about D&D to know about it. If you have any questions on D&D, just let me know. Hit me up. I'll help. But choose your party is about what your protagonists do in the professions that they have. And so the goal is of the I think this one is 5 books, I believe. What is this one called? Choose your party. Where is it? Yeah, this one's 5 books. Oh, it literally says 5 right here. But each book needs to have a different profession that sort of aligns with one of the D&D classes. A class is basically it's like a type of character. In D&D, your character will have a species and then a class, a thing that they do. And this can be loose interpretations. It does not have to match exactly. So, for example, in D&D, cleric characters are characters who are usually use magic to do some sort of healing. They might have religious affiliations, but they're going to usually be healers of some sort. Barbarians are pretty much going to be fighters, tanks, so like wrestling, etc. Bards are musicians. They can also be speakers of any kind, so elocutionists, any kind of magic. I mean, this is going to be pretty there's going to be a lot of magic books. So this prompt I think is really cool because it's a little bit different. You're going to focus on just reading things that you might not normally see or like seeking out specific vocations, which is really cool. So I like this a lot. And I think this one for me is going to be really easy. So I think this one's going to be pretty simple for me. Just checking in on some comments quick. Mel says, "Yay, you're joining at the right time." And Demir says, "Hello to Glenda and Mel." And hello back. And hello back. And Agent G says, "Glad I checked my plan because there was a mistake. Oh no." Glenda says hello to Tig, and Tig is watching the announcement right now. And then Annette says, "I'm just choosing to read as many BIPOC queer authors as I can and throw in lots of indies because that's my reading generally." Yeah, that's what I'll be doing as well. And I think that there's at least one prompt. There is a prompt on here that I definitely want to use the indie card to replace, assuming that's still a thing. Should we just go? Let's go down and then over. Next is a prompt to read different regions. So this one is again 5 books, and you want to read a book that is, I believe it is set in these different regions, or the author could be from or both. And this is essentially designed to help broaden horizons and also help people not necessarily focus on the I think a lot of people are focusing on just like exactly, oh, what city is this set in, etc. Um, and instead focus on more of those nebulous borders that might matter a little bit more culturally. So they called out like you can interpret this as cultural regions or natural regions. So like Swana authors, which is Southwest Asia and North Africa. So that's going to be what a lot of people like tend to refer to as the Middle East, which is a term that is we don't love that term anymore for a couple different reasons. So Swana is the preferred term now. And what I like about this is that it really is going to push people to explore different things culturally and not just where something is set. Because it was really easy to be like, yeah, I'm gonna pick a book where my white people traveled, sort of. And now it's like, no, 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 find something that's like set there by an author who's from there. Um, so 5 different regions. This one I also think is going to be relatively easy for me. Agent T says, I'm trying to do the fantasy subreddit bingo too, and put a book that wasn't put a book on that wasn't fantasy sci-fi and said it met met a fantasy prompt. Nice. Nice. Oh, for this was the mistake that you made. Like, it wasn't fantasy, but it met a prompt. Well, yeah. And that says, I'm doing fantasy too, but not really planning it, just slotting in books as I go. I have thought about doing Reddit fantasy bingo, but I am really wary of trying to do too many things. I'm worried that I'm going to do too much. So, ooh. Next is cover style. So last year there was cover colors, and this year there's cover styles. So it's just a way to continue to evolve. This one I also think that will be not difficult for me to find things to fit, but this is just like different art styles. So, um, like where did I just so like Outdrawn. This is an illustrated people or an illustrated cover. This one I would say is symbol-based cover, and this is how you define it, really. So you can say like, hey, for me, this might be a typography cover. This might be a maximalist cover because there's so much going on. It's totally up to how you are seeing that. And the biggest thing is AI is not a style. Don't do that. So cover styles, I think some of this is a prompt where I'm not gonna search out books to fit this. I'm gonna read books. I'm gonna be like, oh, perfect. This one will just fit in here because I think I read enough that this won't be something that will be a challenge. This one I think I'll struggle to find. This is Mother Nature, and this is just weather. 6 different books that have different weather events depicted on the cover in some way. So I just read Whirlwind by Kayla Gross, which literally has a tornado on the cover. So I'm like, damn. But a great example would be like In Stormy Weather by Chelsea Curto would work for this. So just different weather events. It doesn't have to be like a natural disaster, but things like mudslides or earthquakes do count. It's really showcasing what Mother Nature does. It must be depicted on the cover. This one is an anthology of authors, and I think this is so creative, and I think this is gonna be kind of hard. I don't know. So the goal is to read 6 books. The first book is gonna be an anthology that has 6 or more authors, and then the rest of the books are going to be books by those authors, up to 6 of them. So if I were to do I have an anthology on here? No, my anthologies are over on my thing. Let's say that you like I have an anthology that's called Beyond the Glittering World, I think is what it's called. Come on. Beyond the Glittering World. There we go. And this I think has 22 authors in here, 22 stories, including all of these. And so what I would do is I would read this anthology, and then I would go seek out books by each of by the authors and pick 6 of them to read as the other 6 books for this prompt. I think this is so creative. I think this is a really cool way to pick books that you like thematically. So for example, I really, really like reading indigiqueer authors, and I really like reading indigenous essays and memoirs. And so this is an anthology that is talking about feminism and futurism in indigenous communities. And so I think I'm really gonna like a lot of the writing from a lot of these authors. And so I think that this is just such a cool prompt. I'm really excited for it, and this is one that I will I have to plan for. I don't think I'm gonna stumble into reading these. Last year there was the rainbow prompt, which was cover colors. This year the rainbow prompt is title colors. So as an example, the title on Outdrawn here would be white because the title font is in white. On Hamajang Luck, this would be black because the actual font itself is in black. So then You got to go find other stuff. You got to go find other colors. And then there are, how many is this in total? I wrote down the totals over here, 11. So one for each, no doubling up. A note for folks who have not done HRCYED before, you can double up. One book can count for 2 prompts across prompts, but it usually can't double up within a prompt. So even if a title is multicolor, I can't put it for 2 rainbow prompts. I could use it for 1 rainbow of words prompt and 1 other prompt, if that makes sense. This is the one that I think I'm gonna have the hardest time with, 100%. So this is, oh no, is it this one? Yes. So this one is numerical titles. And you have to read 11. It is 11 books for this. And those 11 books need to be, book number 1 has to have the number 1 in the title and not volume 1 for a manga or a serial. The number 1 somewhere. The next book has to have the number 2. The book after that has to have the number 3. So 1 through 10, and then your 11th book can be like anything else. A question from Damaris was for the rainbow words, does it, not referring to the actual color name, it is the color of the title. Oh no, maybe it is the color in the title. You're right. It is the word in the title. You're right. Thank you. And then Agent T says I don't read enough fantasy or sci-fi for just slotting stuff in. It's fair. For numerical titles, so yeah, you like, I can see quite a few books. I'm trying to think of like Bingsu for two. One to watch for 1. I am really struggling to think of like 7, 8, 9. I could just read that entire Stephanie Plum series. What is it? They're the books by Janet Ivanovic. I just want to like click on her name. She's got to have 8,000 books. But it's this series, where it's like 1 for the money, 2 for the dough, 3 to get deadly, 4 to score, high 5, hot 6, 7 up, hard 8. I think I read these. I had read a couple of them a billion years ago, but these are the only books I can think of that have like all the numbers you need in the titles. But this seems so hard to me. I don't know why. It just seems crazy difficult. So I'm really nervous about it. One thing that I'm gonna be doing next is I'm gonna go through my physical TBR, which I keep here, and probably filter out the ones that are done. And I'm gonna go through and I'm gonna see what I have that matches a lot of things, especially for the title ones. But I feel like this numbers one is gonna be really, really difficult. Sarah's here. Hello, Sarah. How are you? What are you doing today? So I'm working on my 3.0 TBR now. I always try to pick from my own book first, but these prompts are definitely taking some work and it's exciting. It is very fun. I agree. And my physical TBR, I'm working on recording a vlog for Pride Appley. I got 3 more books. Okay, listen, I bought them from Pango. I bought them used from Michael LeBorn, who runs the bindery imprint Left on Red. So I feel very good about this purchase. But I bought 3 books from him and they came today and I literally could not fit them on my TBR shelf. My TBR shelf is like, it is stuffed full. I can't reach any higher. So I picked 3 books to take off of it. Books that I got from publishers that I didn't ask for, that I wasn't necessarily interested in. So, but my physical TBR is I have 252 unread at this moment. So I'm going to do my best to pick as many books as humanly possible from my physical TBR. And I think having them on this list is definitely going to make it easier to go through because I can just, search for things. I can search for, the word 1. I have 7 books that fit, or I have 11 books that fit 1. So, I think, oh no, that was in an author name. I have some options in here. Oh, most of these are not 1. They're ONE is in the word. Dang. I think I have, yeah, my Vampire Plus 1 is the only book that I have that would fit this, so I think that there's Like, I'm gonna go through this and see what I've got. Do I have a book with 2 in the title? 2 Tribes. Hell yeah. So it's gonna be really tough, but I'm worried about this one. I'm worried about this one. Sarah says, "I'm at around 150 140 to 150, and somehow I'm coming at blank on so many of these prompts. I have 0 that fit the colored title prompt." And that's where it's like, I mean, I'm gonna go through some of my, like, my NetGalley reads, for example. I should probably go through my NetGalley reads. I just got another one. Oh my god. I don't need any more approvals on NetGalley. Ugh. But, like, I'm gonna check on NetGalley, I'm gonna check on other upcoming releases, just to see, I don't know, what might fit for me. So, it's but I'm likewise very worried. Mel says, "I'm excited and stressed out." And here's the thing, I totally get that it feels stressful. What I would advise is first, you have a whole year and you absolutely have time. Second, if you ever want help, like, just let me know. Um, I I've had the most fun for her kid too. Um, this is the tracker spreadsheet. This is provided to you. This is a part of what is provided here, the blank one. This is the blank one. But and so this is my one for this past year. The tracker document, this gives me so much dopamine to fill out. So what I did at the beginning of the year is I, like, put in books that I thought could work for some prompts, especially the ones that I thought would be harder. But honestly, I just started reading books that were on my TBR, and then I just started fitting them in. And if you are having trouble fitting them in, I am more than happy to help with that. Like, if you give me a list of, "Hey, here's the stuff on my physical TBR," I would love to go through and help that and help go through that. I would love to help with that. So, I understand the stressed out, but you have so much time, and I promise it's not as hard as it seems. I also see that Sarah just put in the chat that there is a Storygraph challenge, so this is the 2.0 one. But as an example, if there's a prompt that you're struggling with, so oh gosh, what prompts did I find really difficult? Oh, award season is a great example. The award season prompt this year killed me. I think this is the one that I skipped on indies. But you can go and see what other people have added to a prompt so that you just get ideas. And that's really, really helpful, especially once you get to like the last 10 years. I've not updated these at all, clearly. But this, it was really tough to find like a 2017 for me. So it was really nice to be able to go here and see what other people have done. So that is a great, great tip. Um, let's take a look at it. Annette says, "I've got numbers 1 through 8 covered." Legitimately, I'm like, maybe I should read those Janet Ivanovic books. I might see if they're on Libby as like an audiobook and just cruise through them. Mel says, "I'm trying to figure out how to fit this challenge for my mood reading self." And if you that's where I often say to people, I'm like, if you read around 100 books a year, I think that you'll be okay, because this year, if you double up prompts for all of your books, you only need to read 75. So if you already read triple digit books in a year and you don't double up on all of them, you will be okay. And especially if you already try and read diversely, you will absolutely find ways to fit things in that you don't think about. Like this year, there have been so many books especially as the year has gone on. I did log my books even if they didn't fit a prompt, but like a great example is Axe's Nose by Kayla Gross. I got this a free copy from Forever, and I was like, "Oh, cute little romance, whatever." And then I read it and I'm like, "Oh my god, this totally fits a prompt." And I had no idea. And it happens a lot. So I promise it's not as hard as you think. Scarlett is here. Hello, hello. How's it going? Let me know if there's anything that you want me to call you other than Scarlett, because I think you're new to the stream. Hello and welcome. And yeah, we're all on a 3.0 announcement. Hi, 100%. And talking is how I process stuff, and I am really excited to plan. So I'm like, let's talk about it. And yeah, so Sarah recommends looking at the Storygraph challenge for what others are reading. There are so many people doing it too. Like the Discord's big. There are a lot of channels, but at any time you can say like, "Hey, I'm struggling for what to do for this challenge," and people are going to chime in 100%. You're welcome. And I'm sure Sarah, you're welcome from Sarah too. And it says, Mel, so many of us are doing it, and there's lots of support in the Discord. I fit pretty much everything I read into a prompt. Yes. And like the ones that I didn't fit into a prompt in April, like I have not logged my May reads yet, are only because at this point, like at this point of April, I only had like 6 books left to read. So it's like that's the only reason these ones didn't fit into prompts is because I had already picked what I was going to read for them, and I just need to get them read. So yeah. There's also a doc in the Discord with recommendations for each prompt. Yes, I put that somewhere. I don't have it open on my screen right now, but yes, they did and it's not ready yet for HRCYED 3.0, but they did put together a doc of here's all the recommendations we've got. Annette says, for mood reading, because there's so many prompts, you'll find something you're in the mood for. There's so much variety. Yeah. And then Mel says, thanks, Annette. Sometimes I get over my head when it comes to challenges, and I do that too. Yeah. So that's where I'm like, I could pick to do the gamified dice rolling of epicness version for every prompt. I'm not going to commit to that because I will get myself in trouble. Mel says, I typically read at least 125 books a year, and my goal for this year is 145. This is so doable for you. I believe in you. We can talk about it on sprints. Hey, Lachette. Is Lachette Scarlett? Hi. Annette says, I also only plan some of the tougher prompts because others are easier to fill with mood reads. 100%. So like, so like this cover styles one, I'm not going to plan this. I'm just straight up not. I'm going to read books and I'm going to fill them in as they go. And then like, if it gets to be February or March and I don't have something, then I'll go find something for it. But I'm not going to plan this one. And then hello, also Lachette. Lachette, hello. Hi. Welcome in. How's it going? Good to have you here. Lachette says, Mel, I've done the last 2 as a mood reader, but I've not completed the blackout yet. Went through all the emotional stress both times, but a lot more of what I read fits. And yeah, also, I think that there's this big idea of like, oh my God, super stressful to finish. Nobody's like stressing you to finish. A lot of people are like, hey, my goal for the first year is to hit a bingo. Awesome. My goal for the first year is to do 4 corners. Awesome. No one's going to be pressuring you at all. Agent T says, I'm planning them all so I know that I have something that fits. If I read something different, then that's fine. This is actually the best explanation that I've heard for the way that I did it this past year. I started by putting in all the books I thought I was going to read. So if I scroll down below my DNF and secret prompts, these are a bunch of books I thought I was going to read that I ended up not reading. Like I had planned, I didn't even fill that one out yet. I had planned to read some of these for some prompts and ended up just reading something different. So like I planned out what I thought I might read so that I knew I had options. And then if I read something different, I just switched it. Nobody cares. I just switched it. I also, oh my God, I have so many to submit. I added extra columns for what I've submitted and what I haven't. And as you can tell, I have not submitted in quite some time. So I need to get submitting. But you don't have to submit right away. So like I read, what's one that makes sense? Let's say I read Honeymoon Phase and I think it's going to be for this one, but I'm not sure yet. I can always wait to submit it until I know for sure, until it's closer. So and then hello some more. And yeah, it is a good strategy. It worked really well. So after numerical titles, which I am terrified for, is second chances and hidden gems. And this one is completely up to you for how you're going to go about this. Very open. So first, you could go back to DNFs. Personally, I'm not going to do that because I just started DNFing like last year and I'm not ready for any of them. I'm not ready to go back to them. I also don't know that I want to go back to most of I've only DNF'd like 10 books, but this can also be hidden gems, things that you are things that you might not normally read. So you can see examples here. Things that have gotten 1 stars, things that are under a 3.5 average rating, random finds, less than 100 reviews, things from a little free library, things that have an ugly cover, but you think you want to read. Recommended by someone who reads very differently than you do. So for example, one of my horror friends, if any of you read thrillers, give me a book to read. That'll be a hidden gem for me because I don't read horror. Um, so there are definitely I like this one a lot because it gives people a lot of options, but encourages them to find some diverse stuff. And Sweetie, hello and welcome in today. Let me know if there's something else you want to be called other than sweet. But says as long as you end up diversifying your reading and finding some new favorite books, you're doing great. It's also called hardest for a reason. Like the goal definitely is to challenge yourself. But yeah, like the goals are twofold. Challenge yourself and expand your reading. And if you do those, you're doing it successfully. Um, I also I will personally say that this challenge has helped me lean in on so many conversations about books, which are really fun. Um, and I just I've had such a good time. I've really loved it. So just like I think we should all get along. And it says I did all my submissions on Monday because I did it. I finished. Oh, yay! Congrats. I need to get a little stream bot to be able to give you some confetti or something. And Lachette says, congrats to Annette. And it says, I'm going all indie for hidden gems. They need those reviews. Hell yeah. That's a great idea though, to do all books that like I could do all books that that are from indie authors that I met at local events. I love that. Oh, Annette, that's so smart. I also do like the little free library idea because I'm painting mine right now. And Sarah says, I got you for horror. Oh, excuse me. This is too early in the stream to be yawning. Says, got you for horror. Blood on Her Tongue by Joanna Van Veen. Read it in under 12 hours because I couldn't get enough. Coming from a non-horror girly. I do feel like I need to explain to what extent I'm non-horror because I am terrified of so many things. If stuff is like realistic in any way, shape, or form, especially like psychologically suspenseful, I can't do it. If anybody has read the book Beth is Dead by Katie Bernate, it's a Little Women retelling that is contemporary modern day where Beth is murdered at the beginning. First and foremost, great. It will fit a different prompt in here. I'll call it out later. But like that is not a scary, it's not a horror book. It's barely a thriller book. And at the end, I was like tucking my blankets around my feet and I was like, I'm so scared. This is after you know who the killer is. And they're just gonna be confronting them. And I was so scared. So I'm a complete wimp. My husband tried to get me to watch the movie Us. And I'm like, look, I love Lupita Nyong'o, but I was crying so hard we had to turn it off. So that's where I'm at for horror. Mel says, congratulations, Annette. And Annette says, thank you. Mel says, I have a lot of physical indies that could fit hidden gems. I love the idea of supporting indies. I love that. Lachette says, I did the same and added impossibles because I also get stressed with not knowing what to read. And I think especially like if you struggle to decide what to read, I love picking options and being like, oh, I'm definitely in the mood for something like this. Well, cool. Give your options and then roll a dice. You know, I like that idea of, I know I want to read one of these, so I'm going to roll the dice for my options and just have it pick for me. Demar says, good job to Annette as well. Sarah says, same. This does have some body horror, so I don't recommend eating while reading. Good to know. Annette says, thank you as well. And has anyone done both years? I have not. I have only done the this year 2. So if anyone else has, let us know. Lachette says, avoid Beth is Dead. Note to self. Little Women is a fave of mine, and I am a coward. I love Little Women. And I think that this book is actually best for people who do like Little Women. Just don't read it at night. Like, it is not a scary book. It is not a horror. It is barely a thriller. I am just such a wimp that I struggle. Like, I was like, oh my gosh, what's going to happen? I know what's going to happen. I knew who the killer was because they said who it was. Anyway, but it was very cool and interesting. And it's like, it's literally in current times, like Joe is an influencer on Instagram kind of thing. It's great. Annette says, Beth is Dead also worked for Bordered Cover and the remix, which we're going to talk about in a bit. Lachette says, I haven't watched Us yet either. It was too realistic. I was like, this could happen to me. I'm out. I'm out. Lachette said it's not scary. It's not. I'm just a baby. But Sweet Tea has done both years. So if there's any, I mean, this is my first year having experience on the previous year, so that's where I think, like, these prompts are really cool to go through, but, let us know what you think about these prompts too. For periodic table of elements, this one I think also is gonna be super hard, um, just based on what I read personally. So this is you have to choose 5 books that have 5 different elements from the periodic table in the title. These are some of the easier ones that you might find and some that might be more difficult. I think I definitely can find a book with iron for sure, 100%. I cannot think of anything anything else. Maybe gold. Gold and silver, like, are another strong maybe, but I'm like, I feel like this is gonna be impossible. So this is a I'm gonna have to find some, and then we'll see. Non-major states, provinces, prefectures? I haven't heard that word before. Um, this is essentially the flyover states prompt. So, like, if you read books set in the US, they're all in New York, they're all in California, whatever. Honestly, they're all in Portland. But, this is picking books that are set in, like, flyover areas that you just don't see very often. So if it's the US, it can be just, like, not New York, not California. If it is in Canada, maybe you're not picking Vancouver or Toronto. Um, if it's set in England, maybe it's not London, Paris, maybe it's not a capital city. So just, eh, giving some love to areas that are not as well known. If you wanna read a book set in Minnesota, let me know, especially if you like romance, because boy, oh boy, I've got a lot of recommendations. Lachette says, "I've also done both years." Amazing. And Agent T says, "Periodic table was hardest for me too. I only found one, and that was an Iron Man comic in a Marvel omnibus." I think that's gonna be so hard. Demir says, "I first heard about HRCYED when 2.0 started, but didn't think it was the right time for me to try. I might try 3.0, especially knowing I can go in with the goal of getting a bingo and not a blackout." Absolutely. You can also, there's the option to play on the nobody got time for that. Like, you can do 1 book from each prompt to start with, get a blackout with that, and then you can maybe aim for a bingo of full prompts. Like, you have options, and no matter what, participating is like participating. So, like, you're still participating with all of us no matter what your goal is, which I like a lot. And Lachette says prefectures. Prefectures. So, yeah, new word for me. Yay. And that says Copper Skin, Oaken Lungs by Adam Bassett, Indie Fantasy. Please hold. You'll add that to the list over here. There we go. Oh, look, pulled up right away. Thank you. Lachette says, "I left a comment as a native to New York. I hardly ever read anything set here, Callie. It's interesting." I think that there's, like, a lot of the books that I read that are how do I put this? I almost want to say, like, run-of-the-mill white girl romance. A lot of those books are set in New York and California. A lot of them are set in New York. Um, the more you diversify your reading, the less you will find things set in New York and California. That's what my personal experience is. Let's see. Agent T says, "I'm trying to avoid buying anything just for HRCYED. We'll use the library for the prompts I don't have." Yes, and what I have personally found, I do this for my 26 and 26 challenge that I think I posted a video on it last week. Um, I went to library, I put everything on hold and then suspended all the holds. So when I'm ready to read it, I just unsuspend and it'll be ready in a couple days. So I love that. I also have like 7 library cards, so that's why I'm able to place so many holds, but that's just what I do. Next up is the food pyramid. This is 5 books with 5 different kinds of foods that will fit in the food pyramid. And I do think that this needs some clarification. I don't know if it's in the prompt or if it's in the title or if it's like about I think it's on the cover. I believe it's like pictured on the cover. So it's like 1 protein, 1 dairy, 1 grain, 1 veggie, 1 beverage. It's 5 different. So it's not 5 vegetables books. It's 1 vegetables book, 1 grains book, etc. So this one I'm not sure if this is gonna be tough or not, honestly. So, like, I'm trying to think of what I have, and I'm like, "I honestly don't know, I'm gonna have to go look." Agent T says, "4 of my road trip books are romance and US dates." I read so much romance. Sweet Tea says, 7 library cards. Yes, I pay for out-of-state access to several library cards because, honestly, they're just worth it for me. So I live just north of Minneapolis, Minnesota. I have my regional library for my small town, very limited. I have the Twin Cities in Minnesota, Melsa Library, which is fine. I have the Queer Liberation Library, which is excellent. And then I also have Broward County, Florida, which is my number one library. It's $35 a year and the most worth it thing that I buy, that I pay for because, like, if any library doesn't have a book, Broward County has it and has 10 copies of it. So I love Broward County, and then I also pay for Harris County in Pennsylvania. And then what is the last one that I have? I have another one, but, yeah, so I do pay for out-of-state library access because I personally find it very worth it. Oh, and only one of those romance books is diverse. And it says, "Last year, about 80% of my books came from NetGalley. I would love to do that, except I have a problem right now. I'm working on it. We're gonna talk in August. If you're not familiar, Arc August is in August, and it's to read arcs, and come join us. It's gonna be very exciting." Um, Lachette says, "I was thinking the same, and if you read speculative fiction, like fantasy not set in this world at all, yes, that might be tough." And read 99% from the library. Even, like, I'm really working on reading my physical TBR. Almost every book that I've been reading, like, in the past couple months has been from my physical TBR. So in May, I read 21 books. 17 of them were from my physical TBR, but even then, I'm usually checking out the audiobook from the library. And it says fruit, dessert, and beverages are easy for yes. I agree. I'm like, healthy fats. I guess an avocado. Oil, but oil is here. So, but pounded by produce? I don't know. Lachette says that Q said food pyramid was on the cover or in the title, so we have options. That's good to know. All right. And it says one library card gets you free access to every library in Ireland. Can I buy that? Can I pay for that? Can I buy Ireland access? And Sweet Tea says, I've got the Melsa and QLL, but absolutely looking those other ones up now. Yeah, Broward County uh, is hella great. I love it. And then, yeah, that's amazing for Ireland. That's very cool. Um, and then I thought the food one was just on the cover. I am not sure. We might have to go back. I mean, we have time to clarify. So, but in any case, I think I still might have some difficulty. Animal families. This is the types of animals. We're pretty sure it's like a family, not species, but genus, maybe is what that technically would be called in biology. Agent T says, I'm going to Ireland to steal Annette's library card. Look out, Annette. But this is 6 books that feature that have to be pictured on the cover. So you can't, and you have to read different ones, same as most other prompts. You can't read like 6 different books with dogs. You have to read a book with a dog, a book with a fish, a book with a rodent, a book with a crustacean, a book with an amphibian, a book with a pachyderm, etc. So animals on the covers. Again, I just don't know what books I've got that'll fit this yet. I'm gonna probably have to normally I'd be going through this list to say, okay, what do I have? And a lot of them I just know off the top of my head. Like I know that the cover for what's a good example? The cover, I'm pretty sure the No Girlfriend Rule has a cat on the cover or something like that. Whatever. Some of them I know, a lot of them I don't. So I'm definitely gonna have to go through them. FAQ is up in the Discord now, and it says it does have to be the cover for food. So this is covers. On the on the cover. And then it says I guard it with my life. Library book. But yeah, so I don't know how hard this one's gonna be. I don't know. We'll find out. For It's Your Birthday, this one is an interesting one. So this is 7 books and 7 different prompts. So This one could be title, things on the cover, theme of the book, very open-ended, but you're going to read one book that is related to your month's birthstone. So for me, that's topaz. Now, there can also be blue topaz, so I've got options. A book published in your birth month. So, like for me, honestly, I'm gonna go to Neck Alley and I'm gonna be like, all right, what's publishing in September of 20 or no September? I'm born in November. I'm gonna read This Wretched Alchemy by Tina Mars because I have to anyway. A book that has to do with your zodiac sign, your Chinese zodiac sign, your birth flower, birth tree, and the meaning of your name. So, this is loosely interpreted however you find it. So I think that this one is really interesting, and this is gonna give a lot of variety. So November people, we can talk. I do think that this is one where it's gonna be like, "Hey, can we have, like, sub chats for people in different months?" Agent T says, "Annette, they will ask for your library card as ID when your books get delivered, and then steal it." Lachette says, "Ugh, the animal one. I did exactly the one of this for 2.0, and the cover is slightly better, but I just don't read stuff with animals much." Yeah, the animals prompt for 2.0 is the one that I have 2 left for. So, I am also struggling. I'm reading both of these this month. But this one was just, like, animals from different settings, and I'm like, "Oh my god." I read a billion house pets, several farm animals, and, like, none of these other ones. So I was like, "Ah, it was really tough for me." Mel thinks it's gonna be hard too. Agent T says, "November gang. Hell yeah, let's go." Lachette too. Oh my god, hi. Hi, fellow Scorpios. Oh, I guess some of you might be what's after Scorpio? Capricorn? I swear I know. I don't know the zodiac. I don't know why I would swear that. I don't know anything about astrology. Um, Lachette says, "So thanks for clarifying." And it says, "Lots of fantasy books have birds and snakes on the cover." That is true. Sunrise on the Reaping. Sunrise on the Reaping. Beautiful. Mel is December, so you're really close. We can adopt. We'll adopt you too. We'll take you too. Oh, Scorpio, and then Sagittarius, and then Capricorn? So or just Scorpio is better than Sagittarius. I don't know. I'm a Scorpio. That's all I know. November 15th, baby. Lachette says, "In 1.0, it was a book in the top 10 of the year that you were born." Oh my gosh. Top 10 books, 1991. Oh my god. Oh my god, this would kill me. All the places you go. Done. No question. Oh, but this is the number 1 best-selling book in each category. No, I just want the top 10 books total. Oh, no. Ugh, in Goodreads, I freaking hate using Goodreads for this. Outlander was published the year I was born? What? I guess that would be an option, but this would be tough. Oh my gosh, I can read Wheel of Time. Ooh. Stephen King had a couple out there. Oh, I probably would read this because I've read the first 2 Enders books, so I could read Xenocide. I don't know that I want to, but, yeah. Great. This would be impossible. I would hate that. And it says I'm August. Agent T says Scorpio is better. Sagittarius is the next one. Okay. And Lachette says Scorpio early November. Hell yeah. You can't be in our November game. Look, we'll still talk to you about your August stuff and your January stuff, Demers. Lachette says I wound up at the last minute reading a Dr. Seuss book for 1.0. Incredible. And 3.0, here's the thing. I hesitate to use the word easier because this is still a very difficult, enormous challenge. But I love like the theme this year is customization, and it really gives people room to read diversely in a way that works best for them. And I think that's just really cool. I just really like that. Pago's here. Hello. How are you? I haven't seen you in a hot minute. How's it going? What are you doing? What are you reading today? We are talking through her kids' new prompts before eventually. We're gonna sprint. I swear. Sometime. Agent T says, but we do have the same meaning for our name, Annette, so we can have our gang for that. Aw. The meaning of my name is Defender of Mankind, which I feel like is gonna work for, like, most fantasy books, so and it says, "Needful Things is one of my favorite King books." I don't read Stephen King books. I have read one, and it's the one that's just pure fantasy. It's fairy tale. Okay. Mel says, "I mean, we could lie, LOL, they're not gonna ask for a birth certificate. Just if you wanna come be in the November group." There the thing is, I mean, there's only 12 months, so there's gonna be a lot of people in the group with you, and we still love you, Annette. Agent T says, "I went easy and picked a Hannah Grace book." Perfect. Lachette says, "Hi to Paco." Paco says, "Doing good, just getting stuff done. Been very busy lately." Yeah, but I'm so glad that you joined us. I'm so happy you're here. Lachette says, "True to Mel," and Agent T says, "I will have an S library card." So I don't know if she's lying. That's true. This one, okay, there's a couple books that are like word letters almost. So if you're familiar, word letters is is like a game show network game where it's you chain words. And there's a couple of chaining prompts that I think I'm worried about is what I'll say. This one is characters to authors. So this one is 3 books, I think. Yes, 3 books. And so you read the first book and you take the main character's name and you find an author with that name, and then that's the next book you read. And then in that book, you do the same thing. You take the character's name and you find the next book that you read an author, like with an author that has that name. So it's only 3 books. But this and like you could just pick 3 books with 3 different characters' names and find authors who have those names and like prove they exist. Or you could like actually chain them together. I don't know. This seems kind of tough. So I don't know. I don't know, honestly. I'm I kind of just like don't have feelings on this one at this time. Lachette says, "My name doesn't have a meaning. My parents made it up, but Google AI came up with some nonsense. So I'll pick one." There you go. I love that for you. And that says, "I'm going with Paladin's Grace by T. Kingfisher for the double up because this year I'm taking the easier option and allowing doubles." Yeah, you didn't allow doubles this year, which is crazy insane. I love that. I love that for you. I could never. So doubling up is definitely easier. Titular counting. This one is going to be real tough for me because I have looked at my physical TBR. If you are familiar with my roll for TBR series, it's I roll to decide what kind of book I'm going to read, and one of the prompts is a book with a long ass title, meaning 6 words or more. I have 1 book on my TBR, 2 that have 6 words in them. This one is 10 books. I think it's 10. Yeah, 10 books. Book 1 has a 1-word title. Book 2 has a 2-word title. 3 is a 3-word title, all the way up to 10 for a 10-word title. I am gonna struggle with this. I'm gonna struggle with this. So, like obviously, I think like 1 through 5 will be easy. 6 and 7 difficult. 10 impossible. Also, I think that this is gonna be really tough for me. I'm nervous. And yeah, it does not allow subtitles. So that's gonna be nightmare. I'm ecstatic for this one though, for backlist authors. I'm so hype. Read 5 books from your favorite authors that you haven't read the books yet. Done. I've got 2 Veronica Roth books I'll read. I will read The End and Other Beginnings and Poster Girl, and then I'll probably read the Jasmine Guillory books that I have on my TBR still. This one I feel like is going to be easy. I could read 30 books on this list. Like if I just go through this list, I love Alice Daniels. There's 2 of her books I haven't read yet. Like I'm like vibrating with excitement about this. I could do Holly Renee. That's 3. Juliette Marillier. I only have 2 physical copies, but I could read more. Lexi LaFleur Brown. I have 2 of hers. There's so many options. I could read all my remaining Octavia Butler. That's a good option. So a lot of this is great. Just can't be rereads. So this sounds incredible to me. Choose your curriculum. This one, so if anybody follows Sarah Read That here on YouTube, she did this year where she built a curriculum. She wanted to learn about marine biology or whales, one of the two. And it's something that a lot of people are doing, like, on TikTok, where they're just like, "Hey, I wanna learn about a thing, but I didn't like school. I'd rather make my own school." So they just, like, built a curriculum over a couple of months, and they learned about a thing that they wanted to learn about. Like, that is so cool. I think that is, like, when I think about the type of society that I wanna live in, and I think about, like, I did some volunteer work in 2019, and we had to do, like, communal living while we were, doing the relief work that we were doing, and the way that everyone in this community equally contributed in different ways, equitably contributed, each person contributed in a way that worked best for them, and it's like, one person did trainings for people on stuff because they really liked teaching. Another person did dishes because they loved doing dishes and cleaning. Another person, like, made breakfast every morning. Like, people just did different things that to contribute to our overall, um, happiness and survival of this community. And I love this idea of, like, people coming together to say, "Hey, I wanna learn, and our current school system doesn't do great by people. It's really expensive. It is not equitable. There's a lot of problems with it." And so we just wanna learn. So I love this. This is an anarchist dream. So I'm so excited. I'm trying to think. I think my curriculum, I think it's gonna be based on a class that you would take in school. It can be any level of school, but find however many books. I think it's 5. Curriculum is 5. Find 5 books that are related in some way. So a romance featuring musicians would work for a music class. I'm going to be picking mythology because I have Mythology by Edith Hamilton. I have Mythos by Stephen Fry. I have 8,000 books about different types of mythology. So that's what I'm going to be doing because mythology is cool as hell. And that's a class that I wish I'd gotten to take in college, but I couldn't because it didn't fit my degree because school can be really restrictive. Anyway, this is rad as hell. um, let's see. Annette says there is a dragon series by Quenby Olson that has 9 and 10 word titles. Good to know because I do like dragons. Mel says Google says my name means honeybee, so I don't know what to read for that. The Bee Movie book. This hold on. Has somebody written erotic fan fiction of the Bee Movie? Can you read that? That'd be incredible. I do think that The Secret Life of Bees is a good pull. I do think that would be really good. Lachette says, "Me too. I stay reading backlist. The struggle will be narrowing them down hardcore." I have so many books on my physical TBR that are backlist items. Ugh. And that says, "Alice Daniels is a great show." You have one of hers? I'm so happy to hear that. Alice lives like 20 minutes from me, and Alice is delightful. Legitimately one of the nicest people. She's so cool. Like, this is weird to say. Like, I want to be her friend. We live really close. We're very friendly. We talk all the time at events. I'm like, "Can we, like, hang out? Do you wanna, like, go get coffee? Because you're just very cool." And I love her books. And then, yes, choose your curriculum fits the brain rot challenge, which I really love. There's a puppy. Hi, Meg. Hi, puppy girl. She just got dinner, so she's coming to say hello. Hi. Come here, Meg. Hello, puppy girl. She always comes to say hi after she eats in case I have any crumbs that she could also eat. And it says you could read The Bees by Lillian Paul, The Bee Sting by Paul Murray. There's a lot of bee-related books. And Lachette says, "I need the person who likes doing dishes to come to my house." Real. That was not me. I was like, hey, if people like breakfast, like if anybody wants eggs and stuff, I will make breakfast every morning. I did a lot of, like, organization for stuff, a lot of the administrative tasks that people didn't want to do. I hate cleaning. You could read Winnie the Pooh because there is that bee scene when Pooh does tut tut, it looks like rain. Yeah, that'd be really cute. I like that. But yeah. So choose your curriculum. I'm jazzed for. I cannot wait. Our last column, and then we will actually get to a sprint, I swear, is familial terms. This is books that have these terms in the title. And this is just examples of familiar terms. It can be words in other languages. And this is really cool. This is another one where I'm like, huh, this is not a prompt I would have ever thought about. So I don't know if I just don't know what books I might have for this because it's not something I would have thought about. And but I like that because it's gonna push me to think about it. Um, so I have to imagine that I'm gonna have this, like, Dial A for Aunties is the first thing that comes to mind. I've wanted to read that for a while, so I'll probably read that. If anyone wants to read Seek the Traitor's Son by Veronica Roth, it was a 5-star read and it's incredible. You should read it. Um, but yeah, I think this is really cool. Bookception is only 2 books, but you have to read a book that mentions another real book out in the wild and then read that book. So, for example, if you read a book and your character in the book is reading Little Women, then you also go read Little Women. This I think the hardest part about this is that, like, I don't know what books will be mentioned in the book that I'm reading until I read it. So this is gonna be one that's gonna heavily rely on, recommendations from people. So I'm gonna need recommendations, and I'm also gonna say I really appreciate that multiple times in the announcement video, Q called out, like, "Don't submit anything related to Harry Potter." I don't care if you wanna read the fanfic, if you wanna read Alchemized, if you wanna read Rose and Chains. I don't care if you wanna read The Irresistible Urge to Fall for Your Enemy. Don't We're not accepting submissions for those. If they're Harry Potter related, we're not doing that. I'm so happy that Q called that out, because there's so much other stuff to read. Um, this one is another, like, multi-prompt prompt. So this is a 12-book prompt. It is in HRCYED 2.0, we had secret prompts every month. So every month there was a new prompt for something to read. I did not do all of them. I did not write down. Oh, so like here, this in October, your secret prompt was to read a book with a full name in the title. So I read Ellie Hayes in the Himbos. So in HRCYED 3.0, this book or this prompt is 12 books, one for each of the prompts that was a secret prompt in 2.0. So read a whole book while sitting outside. Read a book with a pun in the title. Read a book that you missed from your childhood. Ooh, what do I want to do for that? Oh no, I can't do that. What else? I'm like, what do I have downstairs? I really want to read A Wizard of Earthsea, so I could do that. So there's a whole lot of options here, and there's gonna be more description on these, but they're very fun. They're all very attainable. So yeah. Um, and that says no problem. Agent T says, what was wrong with my Rex? Oh, I said the B movie book first. And then yeah, using Harry Potter. Yeah. Lachette says, I've only done 3 of the secret prompts, still decided if I'll do this month. Same. I'm like, could I use it? This one is interesting because it's about biomes and landscapes. And so it is finding covers featuring different landscapes and biomes, and it only needs to be on the cover. If the book largely takes place in that biome, you could also use that. But this is like a city, mountains, desert, swamps, tropical beach, maybe? Different types of forests, etc. So different biomes. Just representing those. I believe this is also 5. This one's 6 books. The remix. This one is okay. If anybody is familiar, I frickin' hated the adaptations prompt. Hated it so much. This was so difficult for me. I detested this. That's a me personal problem. That's all on me. So this year, this was like for all these different you have to read one of each type of adaptation, either the original or the adapted version of it, or both. This one is instead of different types of adaptations, it can be retold stories in any way, shape, or form. And I think it's 5. Yeah, 5 different retellings. And so this could be like a gender bent retelling. So for example, I read oh, isn't it what the frick is it called? It was by Emily Sullivan, and it's called like Isn't It Just Pretend? And it's a gender bent Sabrina. Um, You could do a book that's retold from another POV. So I just read Morning Glory Milking Farm, so I will be reading Blue Ribbon Romance from a different POV. Deviating from the OG plot, I will be reading The Sixth Faction by Veronica Roth. I'm so excited. You can read a book where a side character becomes the main character, aka every interconnected. Oh, you know what would be great for this? Curvy Girl Summer. I'm gonna pull it up. Everyone needs to read this. If you like romance, this is. Come on. So by Danielle Allen, this series, every book so far in the series, they all I have not read the second one, but they all start on the same timeline. So they're all concurrent at the same time, told from different characters' POVs. Big Girl Blitz was phenomenal. It was so freaking good. So if you like romance, read it. But that'd be a good example of like side character becoming a main character after the happy ever after. Same story, different universe. Same story, but magic. This came from fan fiction only if it's confirmed by the author and only if it's not Harry Potter fan fiction. So this one is, I love this because I think that this is so much easier than the adaptation square. And this is like, I do read a lot of this. This one is the one that Beth is Dead by Katie Burnett, the retelling of Little Women would fit into this. Mel says, oops, I didn't see the B movie. Lachette says was not a fan of adaptations either, but that's because I hated it so much. I had such a hard time with it. And again, that's a me problem. I know a lot of people really loved it. It really pushed me out of my comfort zone, which I suppose is good. And Sarah's here. Hello, how are you? How's it going? Hello to Sarah. Hello back to Mel. Hello to Sarah from Annette. How are you doing? What are you doing tonight? We are almost done going through our HRCYED 3.0 prompts, and then we will be doing our first sprint after an hour and a half. So just a little bit of talking. That's fine. So next is the HRCYED 1.0 and 2.0 mashup, and this is so exciting. I'm very excited for this. So you take a prompt from HRCYED 1 and a prompt from HRCYED 2 and mash them together and read five books that match those two prompts together. So for example, in HRCYED 2.0, my favorite prompt legitimately was the BIPOC authors prompt. What I really loved about it was that it, like, you needed to read. Where did this go? No. Oh, I didn't fill out Catherine O'Mara's. But you had to read 10 different books from 10 different ethnic backgrounds. And I loved this prompt, so I will 1000% pick this prompt. And then for HRCYED 1.0, HRCYED 1.0 is linked somewhere. Yeah, it's somewhere. So you just pick a prompt from each and mash them together. So for example, like you could do the A to Z challenge, but with BIPOC authors. I could do new releases with BIPOC authors. So like Annette calls out, my mashup is a BIPOC rainbow. Love that. So rainbow covers, different colors of the rainbow, all by BIPOC authors. I love that. Yeah, did not love adaptations either. Sarah is reading Dissection of a Murder, and you're loving it. Good. Very nice. And Glenda also says hi to Sarah. This one is title shiratori, which means it's word letter again. So you read a book. Whatever letter the title of that book ends with, the next book needs to start with. So, if I go back to HRCYED 2 and just take a look at books for examples, before I forget, the next book I read needs to begin with a T. I might pick Thrown for a Loop. So then the next book I read needs to start with a P. Play You for It. The fourth book also has to start with a T. So I might pick The Truth According to Ember. The next book needs to start with an R. So this one's not super tough, but it does require some like thinking about it in advance, and there has to be 5 books. You can exclude the A, and etc. if you are doing the letter in the title. You could use the word if you want to match entire word. So that's when you can exclude the and the articles basically. Hi to Glenda from Sarah, and that says I really liked that one as well. So must be really good. This one and then this is the last prompt. This one's just really interesting. So this one is a Pokemon prompt. In the video, she says the Q says pocket creatures because they can't say Pokemon on stream. But this is like if you're familiar with Pokemon, all the Pokemon are different types of creatures. It's basically like not species, but again, animal families. And so read 5 books that personify 5 of these types. Could be the cover, could be word in the title, could be just what the book's about, vibes, etc. So like a fairy book, a bug book, a dark book, a dragon book, a fighting book, whatever. This one I don't think I'll have an issue with. I think I'm gonna be just fine for this. Um, so yeah, I feel really good about this one. Overall, I'm really excited. I think that these again, this just feels very doable for me. Like going into 3.0, yes, having done 2.0, I'm a lot more confident just for the fact of having done it. But also I feel like these prompts feel attainable within what a lot of people read. Um, and it also leaves a lot of room for people to read whatever genre they want. So if I'm a romance reader, and so I will say, oh, the nonfiction prompt was very difficult. Um, I did it. Yeah, one of them was a cookbook and one of them was a graphic novel, but still. um, so I think that this is leaves a lot of room for people to read what they want to read while also diversifying what they read. And then the spreadsheet comes with the tracker tab where you can track your books. Everything that you need is in here already. I do customize mine a little bit. I can go over customizations another day. The stats will fill themselves out automatically for you as you fill things in. So you can see I read heavily Minnesotan, but yeah, a lot of New York and California. I also had a lot of Georgia and Virginia and Oregon this year. Um, and it fills out stats for you. My total prompts needed this past year were 184, and again in HRCYED 3.0, everyone's at 150 prompts. Again, if you unless you do the time saving one. So I like that it's not variable. I also need to adjust this to get rid of the ones. I think the ones make this really tough to look at. But yeah, and then there are tabs for like the actual bingo board. If you want to log everything on one tab, you can't. Like you can log everything in one tab so you can see. And it's total books needed 150, and you can just see how many are completed, which I love. And then there's a tab for each individual prompt, which is really nice because then you can like list out potentials for planning purposes. And then once you decide what it's actually going to be, then you can log them up top. Um, I personally also made little like there we go. I also on my HRCYED 2.0, I made little trackers on each one. So I did my how many have I done? How many do I need to get percentages? So that and I did not make it cute so that I can see overall. On average, each square is 95% completed, but then total I'm 96% done with HRCYED 2.0. So yeah, that and then the spreadsheet just continues like that. I do reorder mine to be in alphabetical order, and I title like this one I'm just going to say D&D, this one I'm going to say elements, this one I'm going to say family. I shorten them to make the spreadsheet easier to look at. So that was a lot of talking about her kid. I know I'm so that's you need to get the spreadsheets. Yes, they are free. You can pay if you'd like to. I offered a tip just because it's a lot of work, but you can grab them for free. And yes, I'm so close. I have 4 books left. I am as we start sprinting here. Oh goodness, there we go. I am gonna share Spirit City because I was smart about this. I started hunting for a spirit before we started talking, so that we could start with us having a spirit ready to be found in the kitchen. And luckily, it was the dish doing spirit, so that we didn't have to do dishes this whole time. But that is cute. Oh my god. Look at you. Oh, you're cute. A little dish dish ducky. Oh, you're cute. Bubble ducky. That's adorable. Okay, that was really cute. I do like that. So, we are going to search for I need to have a spirit friend. Apparently doesn't matter which one. Prepare ingredients, start early, and a pinch of dust from a spirit friend. So, obviously, we want to go is that chopping in the morning? We can get rid of our vinyl sounds. Magical dust from my Is there one of these that would give me magical dust? Is there a duster? Like, oh, it's probably this one, right? Is this one the dust bunny? It is, okay. It's because it's a literal dust bunny. Okay. Obviously we're gonna move to the purple one because everything's purple. And we are going to sprint for an hour as usual. So we'll search for a spirit as we chop early in the morning here. I will see y'all in 1 hour. I will probably read a little bit, but I have some spreadsheet work that I have to do, not related to HRCYED. So happy reading. We'll see you in an hour. And I might decorate my house because I hate this green. Cool. See you soon. Bye. Welcome back. I'm like tearing up a little bit while I was finishing the spreadsheet stuff. I was watching. If anybody's a fan of the what I call the holy trinity of comedy networks, Dropout, Smosh, Mythical, Good Mythical Morning. Good Mythical Morning does a segment called Last Meals, and they did one with Dropouts, Brennan Lee Mulligan, and it's like my favorite. It's literally one of my favorite videos of all time. And I was watching it, and it literally makes me cry at the end. So just casually tearing up over that. We are did catch a spirit. So let's open this up real quick. And it is, oh my god, is it a sushi bunny? Are you made of rice? It literally looks like a sushi bunny. Bento bunny. Oh, that tracks. And I'm gonna get the next one started so that we're ahead of time. Prepare ingredients in a bowl and whisk. After lunch, gentle breeze, creative spirit. I do not like that it is no longer telling me what spirits I need. I assume that creative spirit has to be the inkster, right? Because that's the one that creates stuff, right? Oh no, it's arachnid. It's arachnid. It's a spider. It's a spider. So we'll have to go and equip arachnid. I don't like the spider. It's fine. Obviously, we're going to be the purple one. We are going to be whisking after lunch with a gentle breeze. Soothing wind. There we go. Okay. So we'll be doing that, and there we go. So yeah, I did not read yet because I was finishing up some spreadsheet stuff. And now I'm going to get into Outdrawn on this next sprint. So that's good. Let us see how y'all did. We did have some like little follow-up comments. Let's see. You said I'll probably do the same. This was for Annette said that for her mashup for HRCYED 1 and HRCYED 2, she's probably going to do the rainbow covers with BIPOC authors, which I agree. I think that's a really great like option to make sure that you won't have to, or not that it won't be harder, but a great option to make sure that like you'll get more diversity in there, but also like not make it impossible for yourself. And Annette did go to bed because Ireland, it was after midnight and works tomorrow, but you're welcome for all the HRCYED fun. Good night to Annette. Good night to Lachette. Good night. Good night to Annette. Take care. Good night to Glenda. Good night to Annette. A lot of good nights back and forth. Lachette says, I've just been downloading the Mel. If you want to hang out online one day or night to figure out some possible reads, let me know. That's very nice. The Mel and Lachette can hang out. Jean is here. Hello, Jean. How are you? Welcome in. I really liked Outdrawn. Yee. I'm on page 3. So that's what we're getting to tonight. I do have the paperback for it. I didn't realize that it was indie. Everyone's talking about it, and I'm like, oh, so this has to be like a big read. Like this is just an indie book, and I love that. I love that I've heard so many things about it, and it's indie. Got too excited about Outdrawn. Currently at 45% of Jaggermouth and really loving it. Great. It's getting good. Glenda says hello to Jean, and I'm so sorry, Agent T, for scaring the life out of you. I try to like come in with like a hello, welcome back. Like you try to do it quietly. The thing is that I don't want to like have the timer sound because then all of the sound on my computer can be heard. So if I ever want to do anything with other sound, then you can hear all of that and all of that. So I'm sorry. Demir says, I didn't read either. I talked to my parents for a little bit and made a sandwich for dinner. I should think about eating something else. At like 4 o'clock, my husband made dinner because he goes to bed. He's already in bed. He's been asleep for half an hour. But he made like ravioli. So I had that like 4 hours ago. And I'm going to be up for several more hours. So I'm like, I should think about something. Agent T says, I think any sound would have surprised me because I forgot the sprint was happening. I'm so sorry. If you all are interested, I certainly can have Spirit City like play a background sound. I can do background like lo-fi. I can do little rain sounds, whatever people want to hear. I just know that like sometimes I prefer to do my own sound, and so I don't want to be on top of any sound that people will have doing. I want people to be able to have the sprint up and not have background sound if they want. But I'm completely open to what people want, so that they know that the sprint is happening. So we have choices. I'm totally and completely open to that. I did start putting together a list of Summer of Love prompts. So this is the not full readathon, just a bingo that I'm gonna do. The prize will be Bookshop or Libro gift cards, whatever people prefer, or whatever works in their country. Um, for July, it's gonna be called Summer of Love. It's gonna be romance themed because I'm a romance reader. And so if you have any ideas for prompts for that, like tropes that I should include, let me know because I'm putting that together and then I'm hoping to have it done by next week so that people can put together a TBR for it. So far, I have things like an enemies to lovers book, a black romance, fake dating, marriage of convenience, some sort of like maybe fantasy romance, not a full fantasy, but with fantasy elements. Second Chance, a YA romance, a book by an Indigenous author, an indie romance, a book by your favorite author, a paranormal. So definitely open to suggestions for more prompts specifically in the romance genre. Because I was like, I want to do something in July that's extremely low key, very low pressure. It's literally just bingo. And ever for each bingo you complete, you get an entry to win a prize. It's very basic. So yeah. Um, and there was something else I was gonna say, and I have forgotten it. Oh my gosh, completely forgot. Um, Agency says a romance set in the summer. That's cute. Summer themed book. You know what I also really like is I like workplace tension. Oh my gosh, my keyboard is killing me. Workplace tension. Any workplace tension. Part of an interconnected series. I like that. Of a series. We could also conversely do standalone. I also have like a sapphic romance. Um, um, featuring a trans, non-binary, genderqueer character. So I'm like, I'm not sure that I want to specify MM romance, unless like I might want to specify MM romance by by a gay author because I feel like there's a lot of it that's by women authors, and I want to encourage own voices. But yeah, but yeah, so summary vibes, part of a series. Kelly is here. Hey, Kelly, how's it going? Trying to finish Us Against You by Frederick Bachman. I'm at 25%, and I could do it if I don't go to sleep at all. Well, I don't encourage not sleeping at all per se. Um, huh. Yeah, I definitely recommend sleeping at least a little bit. It also just occurred to me that it's past it's 7:40 p.m. my time, which means the new episode of Love Island just launched. So, will I read this next sprint? Maybe. Heads up that I do really like Love Island, unfortunately. Like is a strong term. I don't like being left out for between all of my friends who love Love Island. So I watch Love Island. And all I got to say is that there's two guys on this who keep flirting. Not they probably think that it's just guy talk. That's flirting. That's flirting, my guys. Uh-huh. I've feeling that if they kissed, they would find out that they liked it. For sure. And she says, I mostly only read sports romances, so unless you want sports is a good prompt. Oh my gosh. See, sports romance. And already we're getting super close to the end of the prompt list. Corey is here. Hi, Corey. Booping the like button. Just want to say, originally typed the like bottom. Should have left it. You can like a bottom. You can like all bottoms. I do have a paranormal romance in there, an animal on the cover. Oh, I should do some sort of something on the cover too. But yeah, a lot of romances do have an animal on the cover. That's true. Yeah, there's a lot of them. A cheeky little spank from Corey. Yeah, because I wanna do something that just encourages people to read fun romances and get credit for it with a minimum of 4. So it's like not too difficult, not impossible to do. Um, and then yeah, we'll just people can I'll do gift cards as presents because shipping could be really expensive. I would absolutely do like a little gift box for prizes, except that some people are so far away that that would not be fiscally feasible, and I want to make sure that everyone can be a part of it if they want to. So yeah, but so now I'm like, I might watch Love Island. I don't want to feel left out if I don't watch it. You know what I mean? So, but we will do another sprint here. The goal is always to do 4 sprints on my Friday nights. Usually that's not difficult, but today, since we talked so long at the beginning, I'm a little worried about it, but we'll find out. So I will bring this back up. There we go. It sounds fun. Oh yeah, thank you. And I'm also planning on making like a Canva template where like you make a copy of it and you can literally just drag in your book covers and it will auto format them so to make it easier for people because that sounds fun too. All right. So we are in Spirit City. We are whisking and we will do one more 1 hour sprint. So I will see you all in 1 hour. Nice little short chatty bit. Bye. All right, that's another sprint done. Welcome back. I got through the vast majority of that episode of Love Island. I have 5 minutes left. We did catch another kitchen spirit here. I see. Oh, it's a cinnamon bun spider. I still don't know how much I love the spiders, much less with food. Cinnaspinner, but whatever. We will, let's see, dinner table, perfect tree for when the weather is gloomy. Surface is clean and tidy. At the dinner table, gloomy weather. Okay. Does one of these clean? I don't know. That's a gaming one. Thing is, I don't know what any of, oh, Dust Bunny. Dust Bunny has to be cleaning, right? Or no, he's made of dust. He's the opposite of cleaning. I don't know what this is gonna be looking for. This one, oh, this one's like a blob shape, so I bet it's usually like a related blob shape. Oh, desk strangely clean. Okay. So, we'll get this ready to go for the next sprint, just that it's ready. Oh, there it is. We'll turn it dark purple. We will head to our kitchen desk, reading. It said when weather is gloomy, so let's do this, and then that'll be perfect. We're eating soup in the rain, which is great vibes. And we leveled up. Sweet. All right. So we'll set that up and have that ready. So yeah, I did not read the sprint. I'm watching an episode of Love Island, and then I'll get to reading this bad boy. As soon as the episode's over. I have 5 minutes left. So yeah, that's what I'm working on. Let's see how y'all did. Demar said, I would love the Canva template. I attempted to make one recently for a TBR spread and quickly gave up. If y'all ever want help with Canva, I love Canva. I do so much with it. I literally use it for 4 different jobs. I will help anytime. If you've got questions and want to do stuff while on sprints, I'm more than happy to do that. We can do a Canva sprint next week. That works too. Actually, next week would work really well for that because next week, Q is going to be doing Q&A sprints for HRCYED 3.0. At the same time that I'm doing my sprints, mine will probably be a little bit longer, but then we can do some Canva sprints and set up some templates and stuff. That could be fun. Raven's here. Hello. How is it going today? How are you? And more, well, not more importantly, what are you reading? It's not more important than how you are, but how's it going? And what are you reading today? Reading The Hiding Place by Corrie ten Boom, memoir about World War II and the Holocaust. That actually sounds like something I would really like. Not to sound weird about it, but I really like reading about the Holocaust, and or I used to be like, oh, I really like the Holocaust. That's not a great thing to say. But I really enjoy reading and learning about the Holocaust and World War II, etc. So I'm gonna mark that one down for myself here. Let's see, Agent T, I was ready this time when I came back and talked. I finished my book in that sprint. Yay! It moved the corner right before you pointed to. Yeah, I know that. Well, I moved the corner because when I'm talking and when I've got your guys' comments on screen, I like to have the currently reading off to this side because if it's on the other side, then you know it's in the way. But then when I've got Spirit City pulled up over here, it I don't know, it doesn't look as nice. Usually, like there might be a timer over here, so I'd move it to the other side. But so I just move stuff around. I just move stuff around a lot is really what it comes down to. Kelly made it to 35% in Us Against You by Frederick Bachman. The book is cleverly constructed and fast-paced. I will say, like, I'm not a litfic person, and I think Frederick Bachman is usually litfic. I'm not a huge litfic person, but every single time I've ever heard somebody mention a Frederick Bachman book, they have marked it as they like said this is a 5-star book. So I've heard amazing things. Mel says, I'm back. Oh, I had to step out to cut cake and sing happy birthday to Cameron. He had a really good day today, but now he's passed out. But happy birthday to Cameron. That Demir says so too. Yay. Yay. Agent T says, I might go to sleep now. I finished my book. Absolutely. What we're going to do probably 2 more sprints. It's 9 o'clock, just about 9 o'clock now. So we'll sprint from 9 to 10. We'll do another little talky bit from 10:30 to 11:30. Yeah, we'll do two more sprints. And then in which time I hope to get about halfway done with this, and then I'll go to bed and read it as well. Canvas sprints sound fun. Yeah. I love it's gonna sound weird. I love training people on things. So I originally went to school to be a teacher. I wanted to be a math teacher. In Wisconsin, in order to teach 8th grade math, you have to get an elementary education teacher's license. And I did not want to teach littles. I don't have the patience to teach littles. Just being honest, I believe that being a teacher is kind of like being a parent, where it's like, if like I 70% want to be a parent. I think that kids deserve parents who 100% want to be a parent. I think that kids deserve teachers who 100% want to be a teacher. I don't think that they deserve someone who only wants to be there 70%, 50%, whatever. So I ended up not like I went to school for a couple of years to be a teacher. I did student teaching and whatever, but then I switched my major over to PR and marketing. But like in every job that I've had, I love doing the training portion. I honestly should switch careers over to training. Because I love doing it. I love explaining things. I love walking through things. I love the theory behind how people learn and how people learn differently depending on things like neurodivergence versus neurotypical folks, just learning styles, how our brains work. So I love the idea of if you've got questions on how to use something like this sprint, we talked about HRCYED. Next week, we can talk about Canva. The week after, we can talk about Storygraph, because I will talk about Storygraph until I'm blue in the face. So yeah, and long story long, that sounds great. Agent T says, when the next sprint starts, yeah, hang out with us through the chat a bit. Mel says, thank you. And Kelly says, yes, he's definitely litfic. Litfic for me, I'm just like, there's no world building to keep me engaged, and there's not enough, like, romance is set in current contemporary world. However, romance usually has like a little bit of unreality to it. It's like, oh, that's ridiculous. And it has enough ridiculousness that I'm like, it keeps me engaged. But a lot of contemporary, like litfic, I'm just like, it's too realistic. It's kind of the opposite problem that I have with horror, but for the same reason. Like it's too realistic, so it's too scary. Same reason it's like it's too realistic. It's too close to home. I don't know why. And Kelly also says happy birthday to Cameron. Demir says, okay, next sprint I'll definitely read. You and me both. And Kelly says, same, no littles for me. Yeah, I love my nieces and nephews. Little kids are extremely funny. I think that they are absolutely hilarious, and I really enjoy spending time with them. I do have my substitute teaching license, and when the local, like my job, I work from home. If I have a free afternoon and a local school needs someone to sub, I'll go sub. The 4th graders at Lakeside Elementary think that I am super cool, because the first day that I ever subbed for them, I was the I had to go like observe recess, or what's it called? I had to make sure they didn't kill each other at recess. And a bunch of the boys were like starting to fight about stuff. And I like walk over there and I'm like, guys, you can't be pushing each other down. And one of them was a rowdy 10-year-old, goes to throw a football, like not at me, but like around me in a threatening way. So he throws the football over my head, and I have no idea how I did this. This is not something I'm good at, but I reached out and I snatched it out of the air with one hand, and all of the 4th grade boys are like, no way. And so now all of them listen to me. They all think that I'm really cool. So every time I go sub at that school, they're all like, oh, Miss Allie, oh my gosh, hi. And they listen really well because they think I'm really cool. So like little kids can be really funny, but like I don't want one living in my house. And I don't know. I don't think it would fit. I don't think it would fit my lifestyle. And I don't 100% want to be a parent. So they can go to people who 100% want to be a parent. I have told my husband, like I've told multiple people though, I'm like, if there was like a teenager, I would 100% adopt a teen. Like 100% because I feel like I don't know, I coach high schoolers. I love my high schoolers. They're awesome. They're like it's crazy that you can tell how young they are. You can tell like how much hormones are just completely controlling their bodies and how naive they are to the world, but they're so freaking smart. And it's incredible to be like I'm going to a grad party tomorrow for one of my absolute favorite students that I've ever coached or taught. Um and like I'm like, "You are like a baby. You're 18, you're about to go to college," but I'm like, "It's incredible how smart and empathetic and creative you are." I'm, like, in awe of the fact that these are little adults that are about to, like, be I'm really happy for the next generation of kids, at least the ones that I get to talk to, so, Mel says, "I will listen to whatever you wanna teach, Allie, you do it so well." Thank you. That's very kind of you. I don't know, I teach people I also my first job in, like, tech, when I first got into tech was it was in a call center for a software company, and it was a cloud software, which means that in order to access the software, you didn't download it to your computer, but you went to our website and logged in to your account. Um, and so I was like tech support for people who were trying to log into our website, and, like, I would have people call in and be like, "Hi, my fulfillment is broken. I can't I can't find my purchase orders," and I'd be like, "Oh, yeah, can you tell me, what internet browser you're using to access the internet?" And, like, they'd be like, "Oh, I don't use the internet." And I'm like, "Hmm, how do you get your purchase orders normally?" And they're like, "Oh, I use my email." I'm like, "Cool. How hmm, where where do you get your email if not from the internet?" And they're like, "Well, I have email, but I don't have internet in my house." I'm like, "Huh." So I'd have to, like, talk them through that, you know? So, yeah, it it requires a weird level of patience that I can somehow find sometimes, but not all the time. When my shift's over, I'm, like, done. Uh, Also a good one is I'd be like, "What internet browser are you using?" And they're like, it's a I don't know, browser? I'm on the internet." I'm like, "Okay, what do you click on a little fox? Do you click on like a a circle with red, yellow, and green? Do you click on a blue E?" And then they're like, "Yeah, I click on a blue E." And I'm like, "Cool, does it have a halo or no?" Like, so tech support's real fun. Agent T says, "I don't like most lit fic either." And Kelly says, like, "Lit fic is hit or miss. I enjoy Bachman's character sketches and still has a plot. Must have a plot." I hard agree with this. I did read a lit fic last year. It was for Neck Alley November. It was called Before I Forget by Tori Henwood Hohen. It was the best book I read last year. It was so good. It was stupid good. I had a great, great time with it. And so, like, I've read lit fic that I have enjoyed a lot. But then when I think about reading a lit fic, I'm like, "Hmm." Um, I do have a couple of lit fics on my physical TBR that have, like, made the cut for things I think that I would actually want to read. I think how many do I have? I have 10. That's a lot, actually. I have, like, The Lion Women of Tehran, Middle Spoon, which is about a poly relationship, so that's why I like it. Elatso, which is an indigiqueer book for Pride Month. Superfan, which is about somebody who becomes too into fandom, which is kind of a hot topic right now. My Documents by Kevin Nguyen. Um, Welcome to the Hunam Dong Bookshop, which I've seen all around all over the place. Like, there are a couple of lit fics, but they're I don't know. I feel like a lot of lit fic is, like, not slice of life, but something happening to someone like me, and I'm like, I already know all about the mediocrity of the white woman in Midwest America. Like, I don't need any more of that. I wanna read about, this, immigrant family and what they're struggling against in San Francisco. I want to read about, this woman who, learns about K-pop and gets in too deep and starts stalking somebody. Like, I want to read stories that are not stories that I can access a whole lot. So, agency says, I say most as if I like any of it. Yeah. That, I mean, again, I have found litfic that I've liked. I have litfic on my TBR that I think I will like. I probably will have to listen to the audiobook to make sure that I stay engaged. You will have to push it forward for me, but yeah. And I volunteer with kids, but 24/7, no thanks. Hard feel. Hard feel. At the end of the month, I I get to. My best friend is moving back to Minnesota. I'm so excited. And she has 2 young daughters, and I love them. They're my bonus nieces, and when they move in, I'm like, "Oh, I'll take the girls," so they're not around, so that they don't bug you while you are moving. And then I was like, "Oh, that's actually gonna be a long time." I'm gonna, like, go pick them up, like, at 8 a.m. and keep them. Hi. Okay. And keep them until they're, like, done moving for the day. I'm like, "That's gonna be, like, 12 hours. Can I do that? Maybe, we'll see." And Kelly says, "Ooh, I'm reading a lot still this month too." Yeah, I just got my copy of it from Pango from Michael O'Born. Mel says, "I have to retry a lot, so I softy enough it a while ago because I wasn't driving with the audiobook." That's interesting. I think I have the audiobook too. Um, what's really interesting is the audiobook for this, I listened to, like, 3 or 4 minutes of it and hated it. I literally immediately returned it to Libby, and I'm like, "I will read with my eyeballs." Um, the cadence of the speaker, you know how back before Siri used AI to talk, Siri would always, like, it was, like, oh, now Siri's trying to listen to me. It was, like, pre-recorded words. So if she said the word, like, left, like, "Turn left," she would always say, "Turn left," in the same, like, tone of voice. So even if it didn't fit in a sentence, like, it would still be the same inflection every time. The audiobook for this sounds like the person reading it uses, like, pre-recorded words, and, like, a bunch of the words have, like, an upward inflection at the end of every single sentence, and it drove me nuts. So I'm like, "I think I'm gonna love this book," but that audiobook was not for me. Demar says, "I'm always hesitant to start litfic because it doesn't allow me to escape as much, but I typically end up enjoying them." I think this is probably pretty accurate for me because I do like reading for escape. Yes, I don't really have anything that I want to escape from. I'm pretty happy, but like I like the ridiculous, I like the fantastical. Um, but I think that this is one of my similar gripes when I'm like there's one litfic that I bought called Rebecca Not Becky, and the reason I got it is because it's written by 2 women who are friends, about 2 women who are friends, one black woman and her white best friend, who go through, like, are just living in suburbia, and it's about, like, how they navigate one of the friends getting all these microaggressions, perpetrated against them, and I thought that was really interesting, but I'm like, "Ooh, but suburbia, like, this is gonna hit too close to home, and it's gonna be I'm worried I'll be bored." Mel says, "A good nonfiction I recommend is Solito by Javier Zamora. Definitely a heartbreaking look at the immigration process from the POV of a child. It's a memoir and might work for her kid." All right. I will. Okay. I'll note that one down. But thank you. So we're at the end of comments. So we are going to do 2 more sprints. We are going to do on this one. I am going to finish the last 5 minutes of last night's episode or tonight's episode of Love Island, and then I'm actually going to read my book. I'm probably going to grab something to eat as well, a sandwich. But yeah, so let's bring Spirit City back up on the screen. We are searching for another blobby deal spirit and eating soup and drinking what looks to be a coffee and spaghetti and bread. Great. What a balanced meal. Good night to Agent T. Have a good one. And Kelly says, "I just finished Olga Dies Dreaming by Xochitl. I don't know how to pronounce correctly exactly, but Xochitl Gonzalez, so good. It was about Puerto Rican Americans in New York City and their revolutionary mother. I love Puerto Rico. I love Boricua. So I might like that a lot. Mel says, good night, Agent T. And Alicia's here, just joining, working on a reading journal and then watching more Vampire Diaries. Hell yeah. I'm going to work on a reading journal. Not today. I do want to make custom journal pages for HRCYED. I know that Q is selling a reading journal, but I want one. I want pages for my happy planner. So I'm going to eventually. That might be next week's Canvas sprints. Perfect. Kelly says goodnight to Agent T and hello to Alicia, just in time for us to get our sprint started. So I will see you all in 1 hour. Welcome back from that sprint, everybody. I got through, what page is this? I got through like chapter 4, so I got almost 50 pages done. And I like it so far. I'm not as far as I thought I would get. I feel like I'm not like a very productive reader tonight. We did find a spirit, so let's go see which one we got. Oh my gosh, it's pancakes. That's cute. That's really cute. I like that. Syrupy. Let's get our next one started here. Looking like a pot. So the teapot, clearly. Simmering. Listen to bubbles. Great. That means we got to go grab our teapot. The Mrs. Potts, if you will. And then we're going to go do some simmering and listen to some boiling, except we're not actually going to listen to it because I don't like that sound. I don't like a lot of the sounds in this, so I turn them like all the way down. Cool. All right. So, how did that sprint go for you? What did you get? What did you get reading, etc.? I saw, head back here. Alicia said hi to Kelly. And Glenda said goodbye to Agent T. And Christina popped in. Hey, Christina, how are you? What are you up to today? Or this, I suppose it's like my sprints are on Friday, so it's always like, what's coming up for your weekend? Christina also always has the reminders for us to take care of ourselves. So hydrate, feed yourself, check your laundry, take your meds, stretch. Show some love to that like button. And if you want to subscribe, that'd be great. I'd love that. I put out videos sometimes, eventually. And Christina's also got the hellos for everybody. And Lachette came back and had dinner, downloaded spreadsheets, and rewatched episode 1 of Off Campus. So very productive sprint for you. Alicia did not watch Vampire Diaries. Off to bed. Apparently, we're getting up early. Oh, so yeah, you need to go to bed if you're getting up early. And good night to Alicia. Welcome back, Lachette. Good night to Alicia and hellos to Christina. Mel's getting real close to finishing the Dragon King. Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't that like a bazillion pages? Like a ton of pages. So like I feel like I remember y'all saying that it was so many pages. So it was like when you read 50 pages, it was like, congrats, 5%. Demir said I wrote about 15 pages of how not to hex a gentleman and watched most of Q's HRCYED video. Excellent. In case anyone's wondering, the HRCYED 3, so year 3 announcement video, it is linked in the description below. We talked about it a little bit earlier on the stream because HRCYED 3.0 is coming up. Yay! So definitely check out Q's announcement video, subscribe to Q for more information. And then that video also has the links to like the Discord and everything. So in my Discord, if you want to join my Discord, we're gonna do Summer of Love bingo next month. Mel says, "Oh, pancakes! Yeah, it's very cute." Mel, are you still liking the Dragon King? Asks Demers. I know you said you were really loving it. Kelly says, made it to 41% in Us Against You and uploaded my June TBR video. I'll schedule it for tomorrow morning. Excellent. I decided, I think I'm going to stop posting like a ton of TBR videos. I'll do TBRs for like specific lists and stuff that I want to get done, but I'm bad at editing. So I need to get my Love It or LFL It challenge video up. And then I also have, I think I still have my April wrap-up video to post. I still have to do April. I recorded May's too. Kelly says, Christina! Don't want to yell too loud. I suppose I should start talking quieter. My husband is sleeping downstairs, and he did come up here when we were talking last to be like, hey, can you quiet down? And I was like, yeah, I guess. So we'll do a little bit more like ASMR. Laura, in case you didn't know this about me, when I'm talking to you guys, I do go into my customer service voice, for lack of a better term. This is my actual voice. My actual voice is definitely like a lot lower, a lot, I don't know. My actual voice is down here. So this is the quieter voice for when my husband's sleeping. Mel says, I am absolutely loving it, Demers. I can believe how much I'm assuming you meant, like, I can't believe how much the author was able to pack into this, and I love the characters. Quite a few trigger warnings, though. The author does list them in the beginning. You say, I can't believe how much the author was able to pack into this, but isn't it like 1,000 pages? Christina says, well, tonight we were watching Buffy in memory of Giles. Oh. Mel says, I think it's about 500 pages. I need to get a physical copy as soon as it releases. I love the purple cover. Well, now I gotta go look at the cover. Hold on. Gotta turn my keyboard on. The Dragon King. Who's this by? Because it is not pulling up on Storygraph for me. I'm assuming it's on NetGalley, so let's go look there. Oh, also Bindery's Barbara Truelove book launched on NetGalley today. Dragon King by Terry J. Benton Walker. Oh, it's a Tor book. Tor approves me for like a lot of stuff lately, so I feel like I could get it if I wanted to. Terry J. Benton Walker. Okay, there it is. It says hardcover. Yeah, it's 500-ish pages. That is a very pretty cover, though. I do like that. Oh my god, is it? And it's queer? Dude. Okay. Here's the thing. Do I need more books on my NetGalley? No. However, it doesn't come out till November. You know what I mean? No, I mean, it would be irresponsible for me to request it. We'll think about it. Unless that says, oh, to Christina. Yes, very sad. Christina says, I'm working on clearing out Son's room, deep cleaning, and removing some school stuffs. Productive Friday night. I'm like, you know what I want to do? Drink another Diet Coke and a half and then crash. Kelly says, I haven't done my Our Fantasy video that was supposed to go up in the first week of May. Totally get it. CB, you're talking about a video that's like 1 month overdue. Technically, I also have May. Oh no. I have May TBR. I've got April recap. I've got May recap. I've got my LFL video I recorded on March 15th. So, like, your girl just has a lot of video hanging out on my iPhone cloud storage. Yes, Terry J. Benton Walker is the author. That is a pretty purple cover. And I will say, like, I don't see a lot of MM in romantasy. Like, I see a lot of sapphic romantasy, but I don't see a lot of like gay romantasy, especially actually written by gay authors. I see a lot of MM written by straight white women. So that I feel like it's pretty rude to be like, here, Allie, go request more books. You already have so many that need to be reviewed, and this one's 500 pages, but why not? I'm requesting it. And we'll see if Tor says yes, because I do have a couple of outstanding Tor books that I need to get reviews posted on. Sorry, Tor. Tor approved me for like 6 books at the beginning of this year, and I was like, Tor, oh my god, take me to dinner first. So I do feel like I have to live up to something now. Oh, 2 black main characters, and one of them is a dragon prince. Sold. Tamar says, it says queer, black, and sexy as hell. Say less. Abso-fucking-lutely. Like, I don't need more. I don't need more. I do have to talk like closer to this when I talk quieter. It's that I'm not yelling. My default volume is yelling. And so I'm like, oh, I'm so good. I sound incredible. I feel like I want to like be on the radio. But then I would couldn't do that. I would eat with a microphone next to me. Nobody wants to hear that. That would be rough. All right. That is the end of our comments. So my goal is to get, I don't know, a little bit further in this book. I also just realized for Prideopoly, again, in case anyone is not familiar, Prideopoly is happening this month. It is not too late to join, and Prideopoly is great. I'll show you the thingy here. Share my screen. Oh, it's Prideopoly. Right up here. Prideopoly. So it's a Monopoly board, but it's a custom Monopoly board. Let me make it not minuscule, where each square is a different book prompt, and you earn money. And for every £100 that you earn, your name goes into a drawing to win a gift card. And then you get extra bonus points if the book that you read is by an author who has the identity of the flag on the space. So like these ones are just general queer. But like here, if I read an indie small press book by a gay Achillean author, then there's bonus points. And so as a part of Prideopoly, I did roll all of my dice already. So that's what my giant purple numbers are for, or pink numbers. So like I read this book, I read this book, I read this book. And number 4 is review a queer read. So I do need to write that review so that I can move on to book number 5, because book number 5 is that's what I'm reading. That's what Outdrawn is. So I do have to write that review. I don't want to do anything. That's my problem. It is 10:15 on a Friday night, and I want to go to bed. So I might save that. Might save that for a little later. But I will. Ooh, there we go. I'll pull this back up, and we'll go ahead and head into our last sprint. Pretty quick here. Let me pull this up. Spirit City. Yeah, all right. And then Jean says, I got rejected for Dragon King. Tor always rejects me. Tor used to always reject me. And then, if we remember, they rejected me for Seek the Traitor's Son, and I sent them an email just to like publishing at tor.com, whatever the email is on their website. And I was like, hey, no pressure at all. If you say no to this, that is 100% okay. Beggars can't be choosers. And I am just humbly asking. Veronica Roth is my favorite author of all time. Can you please give me a widget for Seek the Traitor's Son? I would love to read this, please. Again, no worries if not, because I am nothing if not a people pleaser. And they emailed me back right away, and they're like, sure, here it is. And then they sent me a physical copy. So I have a not a physical arc. I have a pre-arc galley copy, meaning before there was an actual cover designed. And it's my prized possession, and I will it to a museum when I'm dead. But then after that, they started approving me for like a bunch of stuff. I wish I could sort my give feedback list by the publisher. I think that would be really cool. But let me go look at my Tor list. Oh, the second book in this Gilded Abyss is on. They just put that on there. Oh shit. Oh no. And Blood to the True Crown, the third book in that Sungil Kim. Oh shit. Oh no, they have too many good things on here. Oh no. Anyway, freaking out. I love Tor books. So I currently have I'm trying to count. 1. Oh. Oh my god, I can't stop yawning. Mm-hmm. I might need to look in their previous list. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8. I have 8 tour books that I've been approved for that I have not submitted reviews on yet. 9. Oh no. I didn't realize I had so many. So and multiple of them have been released. I have read multiple of them. I will say that. I have read multiple of them. So that tells me that I just need to like get the reviews in so that Tor knows that I'm reading them. Because I do want them to like me. And I'm like, I'm reading the books and I'm talking about the books. I'm telling people, hey, I loved this book. This Tor book was excellent. I'm just not submitting it on NetGalley. So, oops. And Mel says, I'm so sorry, Jean. I wish I was able to share my copy with you. Maybe you can email with the publisher and 100% just send them an email. Just send them an email. Just be like, hey, I'm a big fan of this author's work. I'm really excited to see MM and Romantasy for once because it's nowhere. Just send them an email and say, hey, no pressure. And also, if you email the publisher, in your email signature, include a link to your NetGalley or a link to whatever you want to link to, your email address, which obviously you're sending them an email, but include in your signature anyway, and your mailing address, just in your email signature. Like a no press, but here it is, because they might surprise you. And Jean says, happy birthday to Cameron. Very nice. I wish you could see other people's shelves. There are so many filters I would add to NetGalley if they had a better interface for readers. Preach. Mel says, Tor, Saga Press, and Orbit are my favorite publishers when it comes to traditionally published books. Hard agree. And also, I did on Threads. So I just finished A Forbidden Alchemy by Stacey McEwen, right? And that's from Saga Press. And you guys, that book was 5 stars. I freaking loved it. What's crazy is that like the Stacey McEwen book that I read in November, which was her debut novel, Ledge, from years ago. Like I read it in November, but it's been out for a long time. I rated really low because her writing style for her debut book was rough. Pacing was really rough. Character development was rough. Actual like ability to move the plot forward was rough, but the ideas were there. And in A Forbidden Alchemy, which is her latest release, you can see how much growth she's had as a writer, and it was like one of the best books I've read so far this year. So I like on Threads, I was like, hey, Saga Press, no pressure. But I don't know if I can wait till July to read the second one. So I'm like, please. I only have 7 books pending requests on NetGalley, which feels very impressive for me. And most of them are like November or September reads. And obviously, if I got Sunflower Season by Danica Nava, which I believe is a Berkeley book, so I'm not going to get it. Yeah, it's Berkeley romance. I won't be getting it, but I would cry. I would cry if I got Sunflower Season because I love Danica Nava. So anyway, oh my gosh, I also forgot to tell you all. I am so excited. So the first publisher that ever accepted me to be on like a team was Forever. I'm no longer on the team. I didn't get selected for the following term, but I love the team over there. I'm so happy for everyone who did get in to the Discover Forever program. But I was in Discover Forever. I had the best time. I love the team over there. And first and foremost, the first arc that I ever got, which was A Tale of Mirth and Magic by Kristen Vale. The sequel is now on NetGalley. It's called A Spell of Heart and Havoc. And it's sapphic. And the first book was a 5 stars for me. And so I'm like, yeah, yes, please. Thank you. Appreciate it. So I am going to put the link in the chat so you all can see it just in case. But so Forever sent an email and they're like, hey, we're going to be in Minneapolis. We're going to do a reader event and give out some books and hang out. And I was like, I'm invited. Thank you. So I got invited and I'm going to go to that and do in a week and a half. I'm real excited. Let's see. So love me a board game. Yeah. Reminds me, I never got to do Romanceopoly. I didn't know about Romanceopoly. I want that. I collect Monopoly editions. So and not the themed ones because there's too many. The ones that are made of cool materials. So I collect them. So Monopoly is just my shit. And Mel says, I love seeing authors grow. Yeah, it was really exciting. So I was so just happy to be like, hey, turns out I actually really, really love this author's brain, I guess, because even when, and this is for Stacey McEwen, um, even when I was reading Ledge and I was like, hey, this is really, really rough. This is a rough read. I still loved the idea behind it. I saw the vision and I was like, I love the vision. The execution was really rough. So sorry, I had to sneeze. Mel says, I need to be better about finding publishers' emails. Straight up on their homepage. Tours is literally at the bottom of their homepage. Super easy. And Teek says, I got delayed, but I'm back. Welcome back. We still have one more sprint to go. And Mel says, how exciting. Love that for me. Thank you. I'm very excited. So I get to like meet the team that I got to work with. Theoretically, they're going to have some arcs. If they had an arc of A Spell of Heart and Havoc, I'd lose it a little bit because I loved the first book so much. I'm like, what other books that if they had arcs of Gabriella Gamez's third book, Second First Dates, I will pee myself on the spot, probably. They also have the new Navessa Allen book coming out. So they have a lot of good ones coming up. So I'm like, what do you got for me? What do you got? I'll take anything. Jean says, I enjoyed Ledge. I love that Katherine Heigl from Grays hyped the author when Forbidden Alchemy came out. Yeah, and like I again, I enjoyed the idea of Ledge. I felt like the pacing was really, really weird. Like a ton happened in the first 7%, and like the next 50% was like them walking between towns. And so I was like, but this idea is so cool. So the pacing I felt was really off. I think the character development felt really choppy to me. Like it needed to be a lot smoother. And so A Forbidden Alchemy, read it. It's so good. I loved it. Loved it, loved it. And Glenda says, welcome back to Teague. And this is the link to A Spell of Heart and Havoc. It's interconnected standalones. It's fat, sapphic fantasy, witches with sass. Love it. All right, let's get ourselves into Spirit City and let's get ready to do our last sprint. Let's pop on our last sprint banner and get ready to go. Right there with you, Jean. Clearly, because I just requested Draken King. All right, so let's go ahead and we're going to start the sprint, and I will see you all in 1 hour. All right, welcome back from our last sprint. I think I like another 30-ish pages done in that sprint, so I'm not reading quite as fast as I'd like to, but that's okay. I'm really tired. Let's go ahead and check on our last spirit here. It's a angry old man pot. That's not super cute. But we're always happy to get another spirit done. We usually get like four an evening. So we only have 5 left. So maybe next Friday we can get all 5. That'd be exciting. So how did that sprint go for you? I got up like super, super early today. So I'm flagging hard. Oh, Jamie popped in. Hi, Jamie. How's it going? Jamie says hello to Mel, Glenda, Jean. Hello back to Jamie. And Ashley popped in. Just got home from meeting TJ Kloon, Sarah Beth Thirst, and Jennifer Mandula. And my bookish heart is so full. Have to gear up more for tomorrow. What event are you at this weekend? That sounds amazing. And hello, Ashley from Glenda. Demar says that's really cool. Who will you be meeting tomorrow? Because today was clearly a good day. Kelly says, made it to 50%. Yay. And Us Against You by Frederick Backman. I'm really into it, but also exhausted. Gonna call it a night. You are so welcome and have an amazing night and weekend. Glenda says, good night, Kelly. Have a good sleep and take care. Absolutely. Good night and sleep sweet to Kelly. Ashley says, tomorrow is Ashley Poston. Aaron Sterling, Rachel Hawkins, Jason Recolak, Carter Wilson, and Leigh Bardugo. Look, Ashley, if you wanted me to Venmo you $20 to buy me a copy of the 7-year slip, get it signed from Ashley Poston, you let me know because I will do that in a heartbeat. I loved that freaking book. Demers says, have fun indeed. Absolutely. Demers read another 20 pages. Awesome job. Christina says, I think we got through 2.5 episodes. Now just trying to stay awake long enough for the kickoff of Gay Shit. Not sure I will make it though. I'm so tired. And got a few things cleared out of your son's room. Honestly, you've had like such a productive sprint or like evening tonight, Christina. Go you. Ashley says it's the Big Ohio Book Con. Oh, that sounds awesome. That sounds awesome. I have Midwest Bookish Fest coming up in like a week and a half, or 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks from today. Demar says, Christina, when is the kickoff? It is tonight, I believe. And you're welcome for hosting. Thank you. Ashley, DM me on Discord, please. Christina goes, we'll get an exact time. And Demercy love Ashley Poston too. Well, and I haven't read that many Ashley Poston books, but the 7-year slip, I literally cried beginning, middle, and end. Like it was so freaking good. I thought it was just such a beautiful illustration of grief and how it hits you at the smallest things. I just thought it was beautiful. So yeah. Demar says, thanks for sprints. You're welcome for sprints. Jamie says, spent that sprint watching storm chasing stuff. More reading soon though. Oh, but storm chasing, that's exciting. I mean, hey, new HRCYED is going to require that people do weathery type stuff. So Christina says he posted in Discord that it was going to be today, but that was about 4 hours ago. So might be super, super late. We're not sure. We don't know. Ashley says, I loved Dead Romantics. That one is on the TBR. Mel says, I'm 91% into the Dragon King. I'm so nervous for the ending. I'm nauseous. Oh no. Oh no. But I'm so happy that the ending is gripping you that much. Like that means it's a really good book. Christina says, Charles is fun. It's fun, YA, cozy fantasy, LGBT, multicultural. Well, tell us the book. Tell us the book. How dare you? Jamie says, I keep looking for signs on YouTube that we're getting gay shit kicked off soon. So looking for it. Coffee shop in an alternate universe. Is this the name of it? Coffee shop in an alternate universe? Who's it by? Tell us more. And Mel says, thanks for the rec. Jamie says, I need to prepare a notebook for this new HRCYED. Q does have like a reading journal that you can buy for like $15. So that's definitely an option if you're looking for it. I know I'm going to be putting together some custom happy planner pages. So, and I'll make those available for free for anybody who wants them. They can be digital. They'll be in Canva. So they'll be digital, but then multiple other ways. So, Christina says, yes, by CB Lee. Excellent. And actually, yeah, I don't care if it's personalized. That's totally fine. I'm not a purist about signatures. That would just be awesome to get a signed copy of the 7-year slip because I love that freaking book so much. I don't know if you're in my Discord, Ashley, but I think you're probably in Atia's maybe. I know that we're connected on Discord somewhere. Yeah, we're both at Atia's. So I'll send you a message. I was like, I just sent you a message in Discord and added you as a friend. So just pinged you. Jamie says, I got so lost trying to keep track of what I submit in the HRCYED 2.0. It needs to be something I actually use. So probably an actual dedicated notebook. What I ended up doing, I'll share on the screen real quick here. Tracking is on that tracker spreadsheet. I actually added columns for if I submitted the first prompt and if I submitted the second prompt, and I did triple up some. So I added a column for the third, but that was for like each of these. Definitely recommend. Oh my gosh, I'm not even sharing the screen. There we go. So yeah, I just added columns at the end for did I submit for prompt 1? Did I submit for prompt 2? Did I submit for prompt 3? Which was 100% necessary because yeah, keeping track of those really sucked. Christina has a link to the Goodreads for Coffee Shop in an Alternate Universe. Excellent. And yeah, those are cool. We'll find each other. Heading to bed. Good night, Ashley. I'm so glad that you had such an amazing day. That sounds awesome. And I hope tomorrow is just as good for you. Sleep sweet to Ashley. And with that, we're going to say sleep sweet to everybody. It is 11:35 p.m. I've been up for a billion hours, like 18. But I hope everyone has an absolutely fantastic weekend. I will see you all around sprints. You're welcome. I'll be on other people's sprints. We'll be hanging around this weekend reading, especially for Pride Appley. I will be hanging out on Beccasaurus's sprints on Twitch on tomorrow and Sunday. So everybody have an amazing good night. Keep an eye on Discords for gay shit and have a great rest of your night. Bye.